one day erode and destroy hearts of good souls in the dark, filled with dismay, laid along and fake too much, all the way through till the crumble into shattered down they go. Don't let 'em do it like that. You must know that I always that made you weak. So wake up from no sleep. Don't refuse to be free. Let go. Darkness reason to break up is in your mind. Take my hand, join the team. Gonna let the dead leaf fall down. Hey, it's time to rise up. Egocentric, they made us believe so things were playing their favors. Lost and broken, afraid of changing the way of life. In midst of black, you once stumbled to their knees and down they go. Don't let 'em do it like that. You must know that I always that made you weak. So wake up from no sleep. Don't refuse to be free. Let go. Stop this reason to break out is in your mind. Take my hand, join the team. Gonna let the dead leaves fall down. Hey, it's time to rise up. Waiting around you need to stand up for yourself. You must take on top with their lies. Remember that we got you. You are stronger than all this that made you weak. So wake up from no sleep. Don't refuse to be free. Let go. Stop this reason to break all is in your mind. Take my hand, join the team. Gonna let the dead leaves fall down. Hey, it's time to rise up.
It's showtime!
There it is. Joker over here fucking embarrassing me in front of the internet? How dare you, Joker? How dare you?
Damn it.
Anyway, welcome back to more Planescape Torment. A game long entrenched in my personal history. I haven't played it all the way through, but I got through a lot of it, and I've loved every minute of every reattempt to beat the game. This is going to be the one where we actually beat the game. Let's see. Do I have a quick save? Yeah, plenty of those. Did I just not save it? I did not save it. That's okay. The quick save has my back. Yeah, this is right. This is where we were. Where are we?
Done.
I like that.
Sorry, I was just listening to the background like conversation. Lady was saying something about, see the edge on it? See it? See the edge? Yeah, it's good quality blade. Drixel. That's a name. We should get to know the person with the name. You see a tall man in plate armor. The armor is of unusual construction with spikes flaring from the shoulders, elbows, and forearms. He nods at your approach. Good day, citizen. Hi. How may I help you, citizen? He gives you a friendly look, though he did not sound so friendly. I have some questions about sailors. Certainly, citizen. Who are you? He gives you a slight bow. I am Harmonium Guard Drixel, citizen. I keep the peace here at the market. Tell me about the Harmonium. He snaps to attention. Our belief is simple. We are the light. We are the way. We are order. We are truth. He steals his expression. There wasn't even a question of me joining them. You see, some Berks talk about doing battle with chaos to restore order and harmony, but they haven't got the stones to do anything about it. The Harmonium, we take action. We keep order on Sigil streets and on the plains. He nods at you matter-of-factly. Is that right? So, long-time watchers will remember likely that we had to hurt some Harmoniums. We didn't mean it. Self-defense. Either we killed them, I think we did, or we ran away from them and continue to run away from them. Either one is as likely as the other. So it's nice that we're just like, tell me about your organization, because they seem to be hunting my ass. Go on. He looks even bolder as he speaks. And we don't keep order with words. We fight, and fight hard to maintain and enforce order. Cross-traders, Knights of the Post, In-Depths, Anarchists, Sausetects. What the hell is a Sausetect? Negaritep, welcome in. Negariteps, Tenari Fiends, all had best beware the Harmonium's shadow. Chaos can only exist in an air of tolerance. Cool. What can you tell me about the other factions? Do we only have 35 coppers? What happened? Did we go on a spending bender? A spender, if you will? He looks rather bored, then shrugs his shoulders. Nothing. They are not part of the truth. That is the Harmonium. I have not studied them. Typical. Alright, well thank you. Farewell, Drixel. But yeah, so I do remember that we could not find... There isn't like an armor merchant. I don't know if there just is never going to be one, but there definitely is not one here. And the reason I would like an armor merchant is because this sad armor class right here, this pitiful, ew, not in the face armor class that we have right here, compared to everyone else, even the mage. The mage has a 3 armor class, which is okay, but we have 6. 6 is bad. We are a fighter, and we are not very good at it, and we have not been good at it since we started. Look at our journal. Find the source of Pharaoh's bodies for Emmerich. Okay, well we know what to do there. Is it this? No, it was this. Yeah, C is for have camera follow. But yeah, I know we bought some stuff, and that's the reason why we have no money. I know we bought... What did we buy? Did I buy this? The Displacer ring? I think so. Get that +2 to armor class. Not quite armor, but whatevs. We bought her fancy leathers. And I think that's it. Very expensive to shop here.
All right,
It's a prestigious marketplace.
I'm gone.
Okay. Xanthia, explain yourself to me. Sebastian. Oh, I know who Xanthia is. Okay, so last week we did a bad thing, totally in character, right? I don't regret. Well, I'm sad about it, but I don't regret this character having done what they did. And I'm pretty sure Xanthia is the wife. Before I continue, before I shove the foot, the sole, and the heel of my foot into my mouth, let me talk to her. You see a pretty young woman in fine clothes. Her skin lacks the usual yellow tint of the inhabitants of this ward. She appears to be watching 3 nearby creatures with interest. Hi! She turns to face you and an annoyed look crosses her face. Yes, what do you want? I got some questions. Fine. She looks irritated. Who are you? My name is Xanthia. She looks you up and down, then frowns. Is there something else you want? What you doing? There's going to be a fight, and I want to see it. She smiles wickedly. It should be interesting. A fight? Yes. See the 3 Thokala over there? She points to 3 hulking creatures with rippling muscles. They're going to try to kill an Abishai. She snorts the stupid oaths. I've heard of something called an Abishai. We've even killed one ourselves. What exactly is it? It's a lower planes creature, Batezu, I think. She frowns in thought. In any case, Abishai have nasty dispositions, sharp claws, and can cast spells. Very formidable. Oh, the Thokala look like they can take care of themselves. Normally, I would say yes. Thokala are very powerful warriors. She smiles slyly and leans in to whisper to you. However, I know something that they don't. What's that? Abishai can only be hurt by magic, she snickers. The Thokala will be slaughtered, I have no doubt of it. She straightens up and watches the Thokala eagerly. How do you know they can only be hurt by magic? She gives you an annoyed look. My husband is very high up in the Harmonium. The Harmonium guards are trained to deal with creatures such as Abishai. She looks away. That's how I know. My husband told me. Why don't you warn the Thokala? Why should I do that? She smiles evilly. I'm the one who suggested the fight. Why'd you do that? My husband tries to better his social standing with his underlings by drinking with them in the local taverns. Last evening he forced me to just such an occasion. Those 3 oafs were there, boasting of their prowess as warriors. It was obvious they were in a drunken stupor. When they decided to leave, one of them tripped and fell into the table I was sitting at. She pauses. Uh-huh. Most of the drinks at the table spilled into my lap and ruined a very expensive evening gown. So, while the cretin was trying to apologize, I whispered to him that I only accepted the apology of a warrior of stature. If he were truly such a warrior, he'd be able to defeat an Abishai in hand-to-hand combat. You're gonna get them killed because they ruined a dress?
Dated my journal.
You obviously do not understand the intricacies behind this situation. She looks at you like you are an idiot child. I was embarrassed and humiliated in front of my husband and his underlings. I see. Do you know anything about sailors? Must be going now. This huge creature stands over 9 feet tall. Rippling muscles support its massive frame. It seems to be engaged in conversation with 2 similar creatures next to it. Now, the thing is, she simply did not accept an apology and decided to send them off to a fool's errand because it would be funny. These guys, I don't know much about these 3, but it seems like they're on the up and up, and they're trying to apologize to her. They're trying to. That's a pretty good thing. I don't think anybody would want them to die for that. Hi! He turns at your greeting and begins to look about. After a moment, he looks down and notices you. A look of confusion crosses his features. What you want of Zerb? I got some questions. He gives you an apologetic look and shakes his head. Zerb not speak language well. Sorry, you talk Thorpe. He gestures to one of the creatures next to him. Alright, thank you. That's Thorpe. Hey, Thorpe. This creature is huge, standing over 9 feet tall. Rippling muscles support its massive frame. As you approach, he leers at you and laughs. Hi. He looks down at you and gives you a friendly smile. What you want, Smoley? I mean, I'm not that small. I mean, I'm sure I'm not like 8 feet tall, but, I mean, come on. Everyone else is smaller than him. I have some questions. You got a question? Maybe Thorpe got an answer. He smiles at you. What you doing? He barks out a laugh and smiles at you. Thorpe here with friends. He gestures at the nearby Thokola. We gonna bosh a flying lizard. He lets out a roar and begins to pound his chest with the fists the size of hams. Delicious hams. A flying lizard? He nods his head, then begins to make crawling motions. Lizard, you know, but it flying. He begins to flap his arms like a huge misshapen bird. Eventually he settles down and looks at you expectantly. You mean like a dragon? Thorpe good, but he not that good. Someday Thorpe went to Barsh Dragon. Stares off into the distance with a longing expression, then sighs, but this not that day. Well, if it's not a dragon you're talking about, then what is it? Thorpe not remember what Xanthia call it. He pauses to think. It lizard, tall as Thorpe, walk on back legs, got wings, claws, red in color. Think she say they called Abishai? He pauses, then shrugs. I've heard of something called an Abishai. Is that what you mean?
Updated my journal.
His eyes light up, and he gives you a joyful smile as he nods his head. Yes, Abishai, flying lizard. Thorpe and friends, bosh real good. Thorpe be warrior of stature then. Xanthia, accept apology. Uh-huh. I have some more questions. Well, no, let's continue their side of the story. What's this about Xanthia and an apology? Thorpe take friends to tavern last night. Thorpe gets stinking drunk, fall on Xanthia's table, spill drinks all over her. He looks embarrassed. Xanthia says she not accept apology unless Thorpe be warrior of stature. So, killing an Abishai is supposed to give you stature.
Updated my journal.
Xanthia say so. Thorpe not know. I see. Look. Come here, Thorpe. Get close. Come down here. I have to whisper this to you, okay? She might be listening. I have talked to Xanthia. She said you're going to fight an Abishai. It's kind of a weird segue, but he smiles and nods at you enthusiastically. But you know, Thorpe isn't very smart. He's probably just like, yeah, that's right. Thorpe and friends, bosh. Look, I'm a fighter. You and me, we're the same kind of people. Look at this axe. And sometimes I use this crowbar. I have hit things that cannot be hurt by either of these weapons. And I mean, I'm not as magnificent and tall as you, but I do have some arms. You can see there are some muscles here. I can push over a boulder or two, right? And I've attacked things that took no damage from my other weapons. But this axe, this is a magical one. And I would give it to you if it would let me, but I can't. So I want you to know you need to find a magic weapon to kill that Abishai.
Updated my journal.
He gives you a worried look. Need magic? How you know? She gets away scot-free, right? She gets away scot-free. And I'm just giving out some decent information to a fellow warrior. Or, look, that bitch over there, she said it. She told me. She'll do it again.
Okay.
Okay. She'll do it again. I've talked to Xanthia. She told me. He seems confused at first, then a look of realization appears on his face. Xanthia play Thorpe for a coney? She lie? Try get Thorpe and friends dead? Afraid so, Thorpe. He nods. Xanthia not deserve apology. Thorpe free from debt to her. Yeah, you're free of your debt. Thorpe, thank you. You saved life. You saved life of friends. He turns to the other Thokola and speaks to them hurriedly. After a moment, all three bow to you and each hands you a pouch of coins. Thanks. He smiles. You good friend. You deserve. Sure. Let's be going. Very well. But hey, we got 633 copper commons now. Things are looking up. See Xanthia, she gives you a look filled with hatred. You warned the brutes, didn't you? Nah, I don't know what you're talking about. She smiles at you. Very well, play your games of deceit. Know you this, Burke, I do not forget an insult. Good day to you. She turns and leaves. But I don't know what you're I'm serious. I have no idea what you mean. You see Thorpe the Thokula. He gives you a friendly laugh as you approach. Thorpe, good friend, the Smalley is back. What you want of Thorpe? He smiles warmly. Thorpe, not forget, you saved life. I want nothing. Farewell. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Okay. I want to go back to reality. It was here, right? Right there? No? Yeah. Oh, travel.
I'm gone.
I'm good at video games. There it is. The guy I'm looking for should be here.
All right.
There you are. You see Emmerich. He is regarding you with a stony gaze. I had some questions for you. He waits. I spoke to Farad and discovered where Farad is getting the bodies he brings to you. Where do the bodies he brings us come from? We can tell the truth or we can lie. Or we can just say, oops, I'm sorry, I meant I enjoy fruit roll-ups the most. Which has nothing to do with this conversation, obviously. So I'll just be going now. Truth. They come from the catacombs beneath Sigil. He's taking the bodies you have buried and selling them back to you. When you bury them again, he just digs them up again. You would think that the Dustmen wouldn't fall for something like that. Being as experienced as they are with graves, they would probably see when a grave is tampered with. I would think. But then I'm not a Dustman. Truth. Emmerich falls silent. He is staring at you with a stony gaze, and you are suddenly struck with the feeling that his eyes are burrowing into your skull. Emmerich nods. You have done a service for the Dustman. He removes his hands from his sleeves and lets his long sleeves drape across the table like a curtain. When he pulls them back, a small lapis lazuli coffin lies upon the table. It is a tiny thing, barely 2 inches wide and 3 inches long. The Dustman symbol is engraved on the coffin lid. Pick up the box. As you pick up the coffin, it chirrups, unfolds, and dissolves into a stream of hundreds of copper pieces, which you somehow manage to keep from spilling across the floor of the bar. How all these coins fit into the tiny coffin is beyond you. Interesting. What? That is one thing I love about this game. They will do that kind of thing. He could just give us money. Thank you. Here's 300 coppers, and we just be on our way. No, they took a moment and said, let's make this a little weird. Let's add like a dreamlike quality to this reward. Thanks. I had some other questions for you. Is this your bar? Oh no, I don't have any questions. I must take my leave. So we can scratch that off of our journal. Oh, Narok, that's right. Where are you? You're here. You see Narok. He is pulling at one of his spikes of hair and using it to scratch a spot on his face. You can't help but think he'd look better. A lot better with dreadlocks. Hey, I found out what was going on in the mausoleum. The dead sleep again.
Updated my journal.
You remember the mausoleum had that necromancer in it and we put him down. Silly necromancer's always getting into crypts. Narok just fucking Narok's lines of worry smooth out as you speak. Thanks, give I. He reaches into his robes and draws forth a small bag, which he hands to you. Copper coin. 100. Thanks. Glad I could help. See, we have like the two ways this game processes rewards. Somebody just gives us some coins. The other one gives us a fun little toy and experience that we can hold on to for the rest of our lives. Find out where Farod's corpses are coming from for the man in Ragpicker's Square. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and knock that out. This is an investigation that we have kind of forgotten to complete. And I do have to go to the edge of the map.
All right.
Ragpicker's Square. Bravo.
All right.
Oh, we didn't go in here. Oh! It's a portal, isn't it? Before we go off to, like, Wonderland or something, let's go knock off this quest first, and then we'll go in.
All right.
The man nods the slightest greeting. You done what I asked of you. Found out what he's up to. Farod's simply lucky in finding dead bodies. That's it. I'm curious about, like, these lies. Like, we could cover up for Farod, but Farod is dead. Farod died pretty soon after we left with Anna, so I don't know what the benefit would be to lie about it. Yes, Farod's supply of dead bodies is coming from the catacombs beneath Sigil. He makes a lot of jink selling corpses the dustmen already buried back to them.
Updated my journal.
His eyes widen in surprise, and he begins to shout, "How in Bator did he get down there, that piping bastard?" Well, his bolt hole is actually a cavern complex that leads to a small city block buried beneath Ragpicker's Square. From there, there's a gate that leads down into the catacombs. Oh, but we do need money, don't we? He did already pay us 200 copper, though. Where are we on the morality spectrum here? I don't lie. I do need money. I have extorted money before. Poorly. My charisma is abysmal. Basically, I'm like, I really need more money. And they're like, no. Fuck this guy, though. If you want to know how, that'll be extra. All right, half what I'm paying you on top of what I'm giving you already. 300 coppers and all. Deal? Double it. It's, we're already up. We're already up. Don't roll the dice again. Deal. This bolt hole is actually a cavern complex that leads to a small city block buried beneath Ragpicker's Square. From there, there's a gate that leads down into the catacombs.
Updated my journal.
I can't believe that bastard's luck. Now that his secret's out, how much longer can it last? Soon, the man is laughing merrily. You're right, you are. Here's your jink cutter. Enjoy it. Yeah, thanks. Farewell. And let's see, Craddock said to be overseer in a marketplace somewhere in the Hive. The only description Bane could give me of Craddock was that he was a giant, stern-looking man. That sounds like one of the Harmonium guards we were talking to in
All right.
the marketplace. But we found a gate,
Gone.
a porthole. We're gonna head there first. Might take us to Disneyland, or a pizza place, or a small dwelling.
I'm gone.
With some junk in it. I suppose that if I didn't find any junk yet, then there's that. I could have the junk. Do I have to take the junk, don't I? Huh? Oh. What's this then? Flask. Unlike other collectors you've seen, the robes on this one seems to be of fine quality. Ah, another debtor has come to visit us. Please excuse the, mess my colleagues haven't had the time to tidy up. There's no way out. Why, sure there is. The door is right over there. But you need one of these to activate the portal. He holds up what appears to be a small glass bead. Come, let us talk price. I'm listening. Simple. You pay my comrades and me 100 coppers, I give you the key to the portal. What if I don't want to pay? Then my friends and I will just have to sell your body to the dustman. Either way, we get paid. You always have these scenarios in like RPG games where the bandits show up and they try to extort you, and I wonder why there's even an option. Here's the money, give me the key. Here's 100 coppers. You're gonna do this to other people and probably kill them too. Killing you would stop the flow of evil. I guess what I'm saying is, like, would anyone actually just give the money and walk away? There's options. You can do it. I remember in Baldur's Gate, it can be done, but then you lose all your money, and you kind of need it. It doesn't benefit the story in any way. You don't get experience for the interaction either, I don't believe. Anyway, I think I'll kill you instead.
Here's you.
Thug, collect your thug, and Vlask, who's already injured. We'll just have you attack this one.
Aye.
Anna, attack this one.
And
Attack Cone.
your path is mine.
Go around the table. Go around the table. Go around the table. Get them from behind. Wear their torso as a hat. As a hat, he says.
What's up?
I'm welcome, Shinabi. Thank you for being here. Skull Mob, what? Mort can summon an avalanche of his friends from the bones of the night to come and take a bite out of a target. Magic resistance does not affect this ability. The target gets no saving throw against this effect. The skulls do 1 to 4 hit points of normal piercing damage per Mort's level. Mort can only use this ability once per day. Well, I don't think this is that serious of a fight, so...
Joe got a bone, you witless ape.
That's Vlask down.
I hear your words.
Yeah?
And once again, we see our main character having taken
Rocks.
a comical amount of damage because of his AC being absolutely abysmal. Let's see, we'll take that, and Scroll of Adder's
I will
Kiss.
hear you.
Have that, and a green steel knife. Priests can't do it. They're like, what the hell is this blade thing? I don't understand.
I'm gone.
Simply crush to activate. Huh. You see a small fragile glass bead. Peering inside the bead, you can see colorful mists swirling about. Crush the bead! Ah, crush it! Better break the lock. I should keep anyone else from entering. Hell yeah! Well done. Well done. It would have been cool if we could have somehow pickpocketed the glass bead, used it to leave, and then just break the gate so that the gate can't be used at all, and then they're just like stuck in there.
This is great. We're all having fun.
Yeah. Yeah. You can smell the reek of dung and rotting meat on this man even from afar. Though obviously weak and decrepit, his long, thin fingers and sunken eyes give him a sinister look as he scuttles through the garbage around him. The way he drools and rolls his eyes makes you wonder if he's mad. Hi! Anna pokes you in the ribs before you can approach the man. I wouldn't waste my time talking to that old ghoul if I was you. Why not? Who is he? Anna speaks as if recounting an old legend. Old Marrow Fiend is as barmy as they come he is. He was one of the oldest and worst collectors in the square. Barely able to scrounge enough jink to eat from collecting bodies, he went hungry mad some years past and took to eating corpses to get by. Now, the other collectors shun and ridicule him, throwing dung at him whenever they get the chance. He just stares at him, imagining what a meal they'd make if I had to guess. Hey, that's my kind of people. I'm gonna talk to him. He tries to focus on you, but his gaze wanders. His eyes are set deeply into hollow sockets, and his skin is terribly pale and diseased, covered with rashes and yellowed patches that look ready to peel from his body at any moment. The stench emanating from him is terrible. As you open your mouth to speak, he licks his lips and swallows. Ew, dada? What did you say? Ew. He licks his lips again, and his long, spindly fingers pick at his skin as he stares at you. Ew, dada? He glances to your left, then his eyes start back to you. Dead? Dead? Hungry. He reaches out to touch you, licking his scabrous lips. I'm pretty sure it's bad to let him touch me. But we can't die, so what are we afraid of? Let him touch you. His fingers scrabble spider-like on your arm as if looking for a piece to tear off. He licks his split lips again, and you watch yellowish drool drip from them. With a raspy moan, his fingers suddenly dig into the skin on your arm and pull off a bit. Oh, I can't just stand there and let him do it. Step back. You watch and feel your stomach churn as he takes the bit of flesh and shoves it into his mouth. He chews it slowly, then swallows. You dead? No, I'm not dead. You taste dead. He scratches himself beneath his robe, and you suddenly notice that he has a finger hanging from his neck on a cord. It looks like there's a ring on it. Still hungry. What is that finger bone? He looks down, his plague-ridden features twisting into a ghastly, snaggletooth parody of a grin. Snack. He looks ready to chew on it. We can stop him. Or we can have him have more of us. He didn't seem to get enough the first time. I can't bring him a whole body to eat, because that's a lie. How committed are we to the truth in this case? Or we just stop him? You grab his hand, and he starts flailing against you. As he does, he bites a large chunk out of your arm, and you are forced to let him go. Not because of the pain, but because you might snap him in two should you continue to wrestle. He chews on the chunk of your flesh for a moment, then looks back at the finger bone. Look, don't eat the finger bone. You grab his hand, and he starts flailing against you. As he does, he bites another large chunk out of your arm, and so on and so forth. Look, you've already had 3 bites of me. Have one more, and just give me the goddamn finger bone. He smiles and reaches for your outstretched hand. Give me the finger bone first, marrow friend. He nods greedily and lets you take the finger bone. Don't let him bite you. Leave. As you step out of his reach, he begins whines pitifully, like a dog kicked away by its master. Look, he's had 3 mouthfuls of us. More than enough. More than anyone else would give him. That, you know what, sometimes you don't give the treat to the dog if they just keep whining and begging for it, because they won't ever stop.
Hey, we're being watched, Chief. Just look natural. Casual.
All right.
All right. So what was it? What was it all for? Finger bone. This is a decayed and nearly meatless finger bone from a humanoid of roughly your size. There is still some sort of odd ring on the finger. It is an intricate thing, sculpted with dozens of tiny ornate flanges and decorative protrusions. Oddly enough, it seems firmly rooted to the finger, and no amount of pulling or prying will budge the thing, almost as if the ring's jagged edges have dug into the lifeless finger itself and refused to release it. Pull the ring from the finger. Try as you might, you cannot remove the ring. It's almost as if the ring's sharp edges have dug into the lifeless finger itself and refused to release it. You have an odd feeling about it, however. Okay, sure. Remove your own finger. Replace it with the finger bone. You place the ring finger of your left hand into your mouth. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath and bite down as hard as you can. There is a sickening crunch, and you are overcome with the taste and smell of your own blood. You spit the bloody finger out and place the rotted, ring-laden finger bone against the gushing stump. At first, nothing happens, and you are horrified at the thought of what you've just done. Suddenly, though, you feel a strange tingling sensation as bones fuse and tendons reknit. In moments, the rotting finger bone has become a living part of your body, though it still throbs painfully. The jagged ring suddenly loosens and slips off into the palm of your hand. Mempa's Biting Ring. Cursed. Special. +2 to armor class. Hey! Mempo is a mage obsessed with the possibility of having her magic items lost or burgled while she was asleep or otherwise incapacitated. While the vast majority of her carried possessions were inseparable from her corpse and thus buried with her, some of her weaker items, early experiments perhaps, were left behind and remain in the world of the living. Mempa's Biting Ring, whose powerful aura protects its bearer from bodily harm, is one such item. However, once placed upon one's finger, the ring bites down and holds on so tenaciously that it is nigh impossible to remove it from the bitten digit. Well, we have +2 to armor class Displacer Ring, +1 to armor class Twisted Ring, and we may as well put that bastard on. It is cursed, but we know, well, there was someone we could have spoken to remove a curse. That person is no more, but I'm sure we'll find others. Now this gives us a +1 to armor class, and there's nobody here who can wear it besides Anna and Dakone. I think Anna's already got the better armor class, so Dakone, here you go. Enjoy that. We also picked up this scroll earlier, too. Adder's Kiss, level 2. It is said an Adder's Kiss can scald even the most fearsome of fiends. This spell calls forth an acidic bolt to shower an opponent with its vile green acid. If the caster is skilled enough, the Adder's Kiss lingers after the initial strike, continuing to sink into an opponent's skin with its acidic teeth. When cast, the caster chooses any target within 150 feet, and the Adder's Kiss will strike for 2 to 8 hit points of acid damage. For every 3 levels of the caster, the acid lasts 5 seconds longer, inflicting another 2 to 8 points of acid damage per 5-second segments. One of these days, one sweet day, I am going to do something with these scrolls, but it is not today. That over there. That there. I'm pretty sure I don't need these keys. But we're really not at a want of more inventory space just yet, so.
Done.
Journal. Find Craddock for Ban the Sender, right. Split, Pestle, and Kiln. Find Nestor's Fork. Oh. Isn't Nestor's Fork over here? Pretty sure Sharegrave has it.
All right.
We quick saved it. So we're gonna do the thing where we murder the man and then find out the hard way whether or not he has it.
What do you wish of Ignis?
I wish for you to use an infernal orb on him, and then I will come down upon them with my weapon. This weapon. There we go. I can do this.
Balance in all things.
Yes, balance your blade across this guy's throat. There we go. All right, he did not have the fork, so. Was it you? One of y'all have a fork, I thought.
All right.
Old Mebeth.
Done.
I've spoken with you before, haven't I? Maybe not. This squat old woman looks like she has had all the color bled out of her. Everything from her hair to her shawl to her robe, all are shades of gray. The only splotches of color on her come from several strange herbs, which are tied to her belt by their stalks. The herbs make a strange swoosh when she moves, like a broom. The elderly woman turns and stares at you, and you notice the gray shades blanketing her body extend to her features as well. Her hair is a wispy gray, and her eyes are like chips of granite. She frowns when she sees you. But who might you be, I don't really know who I am. Do you not know yourself, child? She squints, then points at your chest. Hard to piece together the man beneath all that tracery and scrawling scars, is it? Yeah, maybe. Who are you? With a sly cackle, she wags her eyebrows. Have you not heard of old Mebeth, then, the midwife of the square? Have you not now? She narrows her eyes and her voice drops. Well, now you have, for I be Mebeth. Your midwife? What's that?
Dated my journal.
I set bones right, drive the cough out of the sick, yank out squealing stubborn babes, bend cloaks, or a rag or two, make cures and herbs and other such. She squints at you, studying your scars. Be needing a cure or three, do you then? Cures? Aye, you be needing some cures to look at you. Do you want to buy some, do you? She glances at the scars covering your body again, then shrugs. Too late to be asking for them, I think. A place to rest? Would you mind if I slept here? Of course, child. I have a mess of blankets in the corner that would serve. Yeah, we'll all just pile on top of each other. Ignis, you have to wait outside. Awesome. That means all of our spells are back. Do a quick save. And it looks like we could buy stuff from her as well. I don't think I really need to buy, but let's see what she has. Charms. A scroll of remove curse. If we want to remove the curse from the ring we just got, but I don't really want to. Yeah, if I need to remove curses, that's where I need to go. Sharing body heat with Ignis. It would have an effect. Of that I will agree.
Done.
So Nagaratep, how was Avowed? It looked pretty interesting. I think we're done here. Let's get a going. Let's see, what else is there? Oh, the merchant. Not merchant, marketplace.
I'm gone.
So there's Drixel,
Done.
Arena, Laszlo, Cinder, Corvus. That's not the name I'm looking for, I don't think. Looking for Craddock. Said to be an overseer in a marketplace somewhere in the hive. Okay, well, there's another marketplace we can go to.
I'm gone.
Am I going in the right direction? You just immediately die. That's a shame. Here's a marketplace.
Done.
And there's a Craddock. Yeah, I was interested in seeing the magic. I mean, I like spell effects. I'm not really a very smart or good, well played mage, but I do like seeing a lot of spell effects. So getting the first person view on it is pretty cool. You see a huge man watching the area with a tight-lipped frown and narrowed eyes. He is hunched slightly, as if bearing a heavy load on his shoulders. The unpleasant smell of sweat and dirt wafts from his clothes. It is an unpleasant smell, but honestly, that's like a fine sea breeze compared to some of the people we've smelled in this game, for sure. But I did wishlist it. I went ahead and picked that up. I didn't buy it, but I wishlisted it. I'll wait for a sale, and hopefully I'll have money to get it when it goes on sale. And the time to play it. And in between that, though, I could just start playing Path of Exile 2 and get more familiar with the world. The man glances down at you, and his frown deepens. Aye, what are you sniffing round here for? Are you Craddock? May I? He studies your face as if trying to recall you. If I am, what be it to ye? I come with a message from Bane the Sender. The message states, the shipment must be incursed by the 3rd day, or there will be a penalty. By the hells! Can there be such fools that they think we can miracle it there? Alright then, your message has found its way to the right ears for all the good it will do. What's the problem? Look around ye! Craddock nods at the laborers in the marketplace and scowls. These laggards and half-wits can barely keep up with the load as it stands, and now it needs doing in half the time. Need any help? I mean, I got this burning man, I've got Solemn Dude, I have a floating skull, and we don't talk about Anna. I'll tell you what I need. All my men to show up for work. July's gone missing since this morning. I need him back now. Where did he go? That hive-bred goat is probably passed out on the street somewhere by the smoldering corpse when he should be here helping us, worthless sod. I could go find him for you. For money. Craddock is silent for a moment, then nods. Aye, you find July, you tell him to drag his worthless, bub-ridden hide here. I'll pay you for your trouble. He frowns. When you found him. Now get! Alright, I'll go look for him.
My journal.
Updated my journal. Speaking of higher level, what would the level max be in that game if you know? Because that would determine what kind of cool spells there'd be access to. Like, one of the things Baldur's Gate 3 didn't want to do was have 7th level and higher spells, because they were just like, look, those are some game-breaking spells. They just, like, didn't let that happen. but I'm wondering what the Path of Exile people can do. Smoldering corpse, not gathering dust. I knew that. I knew that.
People.
Smoldering corpse. That be here, I think.
Done.
Yeah? Yeah? Yeah! Alright! Look at me having a remember. Alright, I don't see a July anywhere around here. There's a drunk. Hell yeah, meteor shower. There's Mokai. I'm gonna talk to that drunk. That might be our man. This man is drunk out of his gourd. He can barely stand, much less speak to you. He reeks of liquor, vomit, and stale urine. I have some questions for you. The drunk seems only dimly aware of your speaking to him. He looks about, confused, trying to discover the source of your voice. That is some drunk right there. You notice Anna creeping around behind him, most likely looking for a coin purse. Shake him to get his attention. He suddenly begins to retch copiously. You and Anna hop back to avoid being splattered. You won't be getting anything useful from this disheveled, stench-ridden waste of a life. Damn, judge much, video game? Leave him be.
All right.
We didn't get anything out of that, though, did we? Now, I know I've seen the name July around. Also, Harlot is a very common name in Sigil. I think we'll name our daughter Harlot. I think I'll name our daughter Harlot. I think I'll name our daughter Harlot. I think I'll name our daughter Harlot. Wow, it's so common. Everyone loves that name. It does roll off the tongue, Harlot. Easy name to say. Okay then. Quattra's Warehouse. Painted Door to Tenement of Thugs. Fell's Tattoo Parlor. Smoldering Corpse Bar. Is this not a building we could get in? I moused over. What's your name? Harlot. Okay. Just show it to me. Wonder what they're talking about.
Hey, we're being watched, Chief.
Are you daft?
Just look natural.
Would rather ladies' case if we
casual.
stay here, we will.
Alright, so this is the tattoo parlor. That's right, wasn't there... We could get tattoos. And we have some money. Maybe we have enough. You see a Dabu's. Dabu! But something about it strikes you as odd. It has the same shock of white hair, the same greenish cast to its skin, the same pair of goat horns! Then you suddenly realize this one is walking on the ground, not floating. For some reason that makes you uneasy. And apparently it makes Anna uneasy as well, for she gives a sharp intake of breath as she catches sight of the Dabu's. Hey Anna, what's up? Are you daft? Anna turns to you, and you suddenly realize she's frightened. Are you so pig-eager to dance in the lady's shadow you'll bandy words with this one? Let's give this place a laugh before we get penned in the dead book. What's the problem, though? It's Fell. Anna throws a fearful glance at the creature, presumably Fell. Let's be away, aye? No good'll come of being here, no it won't. Fell? In response, Fell bows. A lone symbol appears above his head. It is blurry at first, then resolves into a white oval with a black lightning bolt through it. For some reason, You have a feeling you know this creature. He's a Dabos who's not a Dabos, aye? He walks on the ground. Anna's voice drops to a whisper and she starts trembling. No more questions. Let's give this place a laugh, aye? Anna, no harm will come to you while I'm here. I will protect you. Now tell me what's wrong. Anna throws a frightened glance at Fel. Fel's a Dabos who's angered her. It said he's a Dabos who isn't a Dabos, and the time's close when the lady's gaze will fall upon him, so it will. Her, you mean the Lady of Pain? Aye, and heed your tongue. Anna makes another semicircle in the air in front of her as you mention the lady's name. The Dabos work for the lady, and she protects them, except Fel. She shudders. Let's be away, aye? I'd like to speak to him first. Anna grabs your arm. Please, nay, nay, no good will come of it. Anyone speaking to Fel could draw the lady's gaze. I don't want to die, I don't. To your surprise, Anna looks close to tears. Lie to silence her crying. Anna, no harm will come to you while I'm here, I promise. I just want to speak to him for a moment. I mean, we're pretty lawful, right? I have lied a few times, though. No, I have not lied. I tried to extort money. But that's just the way of things. That's the culture. You know, you gotta try to get some extra coppers when you can. So look, Anna, no harm will come to you while I'm here, I promise. I just want to speak to him for a moment. For a minute, Anna just looks at you. Then something in your gaze seems to calm her, for she steels herself. I don't know why She shakes her head. Go on then, talk to him. I don't care. There's an undercurrent of fear in her voice. Very well. The Dabus waits patiently, its hands tucked into its sleeves. A series of symbols materialize above its head, then dissipate, and a question mark appears. I thought we learned the Dabus language, so I don't think I need anyone to translate. But it would be kind of fucked up if I said, hey, Anna, could you translate this for me? I know you're really afraid of this guy, but could you just get in here and start communicating with him? No, I've got questions for you. I feel like I know you, Fel. Fel bows reverently, and a stream of symbols swirl about his head, rotating clockwise, then counterclockwise. You have to guess at some of the symbols, but you think he said something about this not being the first time you have come to this place. Do you know who I am? Another series of symbols materialize quickly and sharply into focus above Fel's head. These symbols are not as difficult as the others. You think he said he knows you, but he cannot say any more than that. Why not? For a moment there is no response from Fel, then a stream of rebuses appear, as if trickling out of Fel's mind. You think he's saying he's sorry, but you can't translate the rest. Alright, well I had another question for you. What is this place? A slow train of symbols materialize around Fel's head. The symbols take several moments to resolve, starting with simple lines, then fleshing themselves out into breathtaking colors. You're guessing at some of the symbols, but you think he's an artist, and this is a tattoo parlor. Can I see what tattoos you have? Hey! And they're affordable. And he won't take any of our stuff. Okie dokie. Tattoo of Anna. Special +1 to Dex, -1 to Charisma, -1 to Wisdom. Bonuses to all the rogue skills. Usable only by thieves. Usable only by Nameless One. Some of Anna's presence must be rubbing off on you, for this tattoo allows you to call upon some of her cat-like skills and grace to hone your thief abilities. Unfortunately, it also inherits some of Anna's brashness and impulsiveness, reducing your charisma and wisdom accordingly. Tattoo of Tenement Shadows. 15% stealth skill bonus. This tattoo tells of your experiences in escaping the tenement of the starved dogs. The tattoo has the same color as the Adder's Tear which Sybil gave you. It gives you an additional bonus to stealth as long as it is inscribed on your flesh. Tattoo of the Warrior, that's what I want, baby! This tattoo enhances your natural talent for combat, making you more difficult to hit and raising your damage with every strike. But it's out of our price range by a bit, by a lot actually. Tattoo of the Bone Singer invokes Hold Undead. You have learned to speak with the dead and hear their stories even from beyond the eternal boundary. This tattoo draws upon your powers over undeath and heightens them, allowing you to chain the undead within range with a single command. Tattoo of the Restless Dead invokes Bless. This tattoo recognizes your efforts to calm the restless dead of the mausoleum. Oh yeah, we tried to calm the restless dead by smashing them up. You may draw upon their gratitude to bless yourself or your companions. This tattoo has only a limited number of uses before it vanishes. Tattoo of Ignis, special temporary, plus 15% resistance to fire and magical fire. Equipped, +1 to Constitution, bonus to hit points, minus 15% resistance to magic, -1 to wisdom. Having Ignis as a companion is allowing you to see flames and madness in a different light. When this tattoo is worn, you may draw upon Ignis's fury to shrug off flame attacks and increase your constitution, making your threshold of pain that much higher. Unfortunately, since Ignis's strength lies in his madness, your wisdom is impaired when this tattoo is worn upon the skin, and your susceptibility to magical attacks increases. This tattoo can only call upon its ability to protect the wearer from flames for a limited number of times. When the tattoo's power is exhausted, however, the Constitution bonus will remain. Oh. That would make it worth it. You know, you just burn it up, and then remove the tattoo from the tattoo slot, replace it with another tattoo. Like a tattoo of being really cool. Just super suave. Tattoo of the Skull! +1 save versus paralyzation, +1 to luck. Special equipped, +1 to charisma, -1 to wisdom. For all of Mort's faults, having him as a companion makes you seem more capable and not so much of a stranger to Sigil's streets. This tattoo reinforces that bond, giving you +1 to charisma, and when invoked, it also lends you some of Mort's luck and his ability to shrug off anything that would otherwise cause him to stop talking, such as paralyzation or stunning. Unfortunately, it also gives the user a penalty for their wisdom, which is not hard to understand considering how little Mort has to spare. Tattoo of Accuracy bonus Thaco. Remarkably unwise. That's what balances us out. I am the wisest among us. They do everything else. I'll just be wise and smash my way through things. This tattoo has 2 concentric rings with lines radiating from the center. When inscribed on the skin, the wearer's perceptions of distance and balance become heightened, giving their attacks greater accuracy. Tattoo of Bloodletting, +1 damage with all attacks. Tattoo of Might, +1 to strength. Tattoo of Greater Might, +2 to strength. That would put us past the 21 barrier, I think. Tattoo of the Spirit. Bonus to user's wisdom. Soul. Bonus to user's wisdom. +2 to wisdom, +1 to wisdom. Okay. Tattoo of Action! +1 to dex. Only usable by thieves, +2 to dex. Tattoo of Health, Greater Health. Bonus to Constitution. Tattoo of Presence, +1 to Charisma. Greater Presence, +2 to Charisma. I might get that. Because I've been trying to be charismatic, and it's just not working out. Because it's so low. Tattoo of Greater Enduring, +9 base hit points. Tattoo of Warding, +2 to Armor Class! Yeah, baby! Yeah! Armor Class! And I don't have any more money. And I can wear 2 tattoos. Oh, okay. For a second, I was like, wasn't it already 3? Is this one of those things where it's like, you can't wear more than 1 magically enhanced item to have the effect? Like in Baldur's Gate, where it's like, you can't wear like 2 rings of the same effect that doesn't stack or something like that. I was wrong, though. It's fine. Now we're at AC 3. Now we match the mage in armor class. Really moving up in the world. But since we can hold on to 2 tattoos, we'll come back and get another one sometime.
Done.
So where are you at, July? And don't you July to me. I have no idea where you live. I was told you'd be outside the Smoldering Corpse bar. I don't see you. I'm going to go back inside the Smoldering Corpse bar, where I also did not see you.
I'm gone.
Kandrian, Preaknees, Alai, Itquix, Barkus, Mercy Killers, Patrons, Mokai, who was absolutely worthless. Giving them money did nothing for us. I guess we can start asking questions. Back again? What now? Oh, damn it. He wants 500 coins for my eye. I don't have that much. But we did just a little while ago. We almost had we definitely had 500 coins. Alright, so he doesn't know where July is either. This music, right? Pretty good tavern music. Especially for how strange this world is. I think we'll leave it here for a minute. I'm going to take a short break.
Time is precious. Let us not squander it here.
What's the holdup?
We need to set up camp now.
I must rest.
What's the holdup? What's the holdup? What's the holdup?
Ignis will one day kill you all.
And we're back. Yeah, I had my wireless headphones on
Hunger.
the entire time, and it was like, what's the holdup? What's the holdup? What's the holdup? And I'm like, God damn it, I gotta get back. Alrighty. So, I'm gonna check on this drunk again. Where are you?
Done.
There you are, drunk. Oh, there's another drunk. There are multiple drunks.
Ratan!
Ratan! Welcome in, Rased. Journal's my update. How you doing? Let's see. What are we gonna do? Don't. He simply pretends not to hear you, poking about the man's lice-ridden clothes as he stumbles about. Satisfied he's penniless, she gives him a little push and turns away. Huh! He's got nothing on him anyway. Pike and bobbers. Shake him to get his attention. Then he throws up. So let's talk to this drunk. Are you the drunk? This man sways unsteadily back and forth, catches his balance for a moment, then manages a sickly, twisted smile at something just past your right ear. Hi! He nods slowly, then manages a phlegm-filled gurgle. And a small green-colored trail of drool begins to drip from the side of his mouth, running down into his scruffy, dirt-caked beard. He looks like he's barely able to stand up, much less carry on a conversation. Never mind. Farewell. Why are we harassing the drunks? Because I was told a drunk is... Oh! He's got a name! Where Jelai, where were you? I was looking for you. I was looking for July, and I thought that it would be next to June. Sorry. I was looking for July, and I was told he'd be drunk. So I just started harassing the drunks, because I didn't see the name July anywhere. No, it was awesome. It was a cowabunga moment. Dirt cake beard is low tier. Caked beard is top tier. Can you imagine? Like, beard
What the
full
hell
of
is
cake?
this?
A beard full of actual cake? Delicious. You see a thin man with stained clothes, a hooked nose, and 2 stubby horns jutting from his forehead. He is stumbling about and muttering to himself. He stinks of brine, vomit, and cheap wine. Hey. Are you July? If so, Craddock needs you back at the marketplace. Craddock? The man's eyes widen. Ah, Craddock, me generous boss. Well, you can tell him this. He can pike off, and that he's a filthy dog, a cur of the lowest sort, and July's not a working for him anymore. He jabs you with his finger. Tell him that. I'll tell him. Farewell, July. We need money, damn it. We need to buy our eyeball. Completely forgot about buying the eyeball and ended up buying a tattoo instead. We need to get ourselves some money for that eyeball. We're doing the odd jobs. Hey, Craddock. You see, Craddock, his scowl has deepened since when you first saw him. It looks like it's about to crack his face in two. I found July. Is that right? Craddock glances around. Where is he then? He said to pike off, that you were a cur of the lowest sort, and that he wasn't going to work for you any longer.
Updated my journal.
Craddock's face turns a bright red, and his face cracks into a snarl. Damned be his name, may all the evils of the plains hound his footsteps. A blistering stream of insults, threats, and speculation about July's family roots issues from Craddock's mouth.
Oh, it's all right.
Ooh, Mort clicks his teeth together as Craddock builds up steam. You can almost hear him taking notes inside his skull. Craddock finishes his tirade with a grunt. That July. Look, I'm in need of a day's work. I'll take July's duties for a time in exchange for his pay. Craddock studies you for a moment. You couldn't. He smiles. He suddenly falls silent. Well, mayhap you can. It's hard work, and there's no drinking on my watch. Understood. Let's get started. I am nothing but strength. 30 coppers?
What the hell is this?
I expected 700 minimum. The work is long, but at the end of the shift, you are not the least bit tired. The other laborers are amazed at how quickly you work and the amount of weight you can carry. Craddock grunts as you return. You've a focal as shoulders, you do. You're worth 3 times what July was. Here's your pay. He tosses you a handful of coins, 30 coppers in all. Now, get. We've no more use for you. Yeah, but what about the payment for delivering July's message to you? Did you forget that part? Craddock grunts and reaches into his purse and counts off 10 commons. She tosses to you. There's your pay. Now get. Farewell, then. I was really hoping for more. However, I guess we have to go back to Bay and the Sender. Such as it is. Now, I remember he was in the Hive. We met him early, so it wasn't like... I'm pretty sure he was in, like, the first area. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I mean, I know it's incredible, but it's true. Well, the first area would be actually further north. Oh, look at that! Ban the Sender, right there. You see Ban the Sender. As you approach, he looks at you hopefully. Were you successful in finding Craddock, good sir? It's been long weeks since I sent you on that task. I hope I hope you got the message there in time. Yeah, and I passed along your message, although it didn't seem to please him any.
Updated my journal.
Van doesn't seem to have heard any word after yes, for he smiles and heaves a sigh of relief. Oh, good fortune indeed. Thank you, good sir, thank you. He reaches into his robe, pulls forth a handful of coppers, which he counts out, then hands to you. 15 commons for delivering a message? Fair enough. Oh, more than fair, good sir, more than fair. I can say without hesitation that there is no finer profession in all Sigil than that of a runner for the House of Senders. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. It's an illusion, anyway. It's not real. Man, I really need money again. Could sell some stuff.
Done.
And I would sell some stuff at the Buried Village. I know that for sure. Because old Quint's shop is a good place to sell stuff. The man has infinite money. Or something. It's weird. Oh, Quint! Let's trade. I don't believe I need this. Right? Hold on. Just a moment. What do I have equipped? Oh, that's right. I have the fists, the siphon knuckles. They're +2. They drain health when hitting. They're gonna be nice. There's the pry bar, and I don't think I need this enchanted hammer because this does piercing damage. So that's my crushing damage, and then the pry bar is for locked things, which I honestly haven't needed to worry about. But just in case, we'll hold on to it. Let's trade. I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need this. We're gonna hold on to your poison charm, Quint. It's only worth 8 coppers. You know. You know. What about the rest of you? I don't need this. What about the rest of you? She has better daggers, so we can sell those. And now we have 1,200 copper commons. We can go buy our eyeball.
I'm gone.
Time is an illusion. It ain't real. It's media hype. No. What?
I'm gone.
Okay, sure. We'll just run it. It's fine. There's nothing here to stop us. We aren't afraid of anything. I'm expecting it to let me go to the world map so I can fast travel to anywhere else. But it isn't letting me do that. Let's trade. Oh, yeah. Thrust the junk into the doorway. Yeah, I imagine the eyeball is going to be an important piece of lore for us. Also, we still have 2 eyes. We're going to have to pull one out. You know, it's a very easy thing to do. Pull out your eyeball. No thing. Smoldering corpse.
I'm gone.
Why are we harassing the drunks? Oh, you know. They're drunk.
Done.
I'm actually very interested, now that I'm like a lot older, in how this economy works. Like, they managed to make alcohol, or drinks of some kind, ale and whiskeys, I'm sure. They have bars. You can't just have a bar with just, like, filthy water or something. It has to have something. Some variety for people to come in. But everyone is so poor. Like, absolutely crushingly poor. Hey, you said you had my eye. I'd like it back now. You want it back? Price is 500 coins. You don't got it? You don't get it. 500, fine. Here. It's a deal. He produces a darkened, wax-stoppered, wide-mouthed bottle from his pocket. From his pocket. You hear the sound of liquid sloshing around inside it, along with a heavier, squishier noise. Opening it, the stench of some sort of preservative agent nearly makes you gag. Floating in the viscid muck is an eyeball. You'd better figure out what you want to do with that. Now that you've exposed it to the air, you might as well put a pickled egg in the jar for all the good it'll do you. Make up your mind, Cutter. Pickled egg or not. We can watch it rot? What a power move. What a power move. Like, imagine doing this on purpose. Ripping out your eyeball, putting it in a bottle, handing it over, letting him hold on to it, coming back at some later date, buying your eyeball back, and then watching it rot. But kind of stupid? Absolutely stupid, but it's unexpected. They'd be like, I can't imagine why he would do that. But tear out your eyeball and place this one in the socket. You think it'd matter if it was like 2 right eyeballs? Probably not. With a moment's hesitation, you reach into your socket and pop your eye into the palm of your hand. The bartender helpfully severs the optic nerve, really? And directs your hand to the jar of goo that sits on the bar. You deposit your eye in the preservative, wrap your fingers around the old one, and slide it into your empty socket. The pain of this entire operation is incredible. After a moment, though, you can feel the optic nerve reattaching itself to this new eye, and suddenly, you're hit by a flash of memory. No, I don't suppose they do. I don't suppose they do. Let's absorb that memory. Memory flash. A vast expanse of chaotic, ever-changing wasteland stretching before you, a group of humanoid vultures plummeting toward you, cruel weapons ready to strike, and your own shining blade clutched tight in your fist. Memory flash. 3 toughs surround you, in the colors of an enemy you can't quite place. Long daggers glisten in their hands, and the light glints cruelly from their exposed teeth. You glance at your scarred hands, and know that soon they'll be covered in blood. Memory flash. An enormous frog-like creature comes bounding over through, under, chaos stuff. Chaos stuff? They could have just said chaos. Whatever. Headed for you with a mouthful of teeth, you hurl your javelin through the shifting matter and pin the creature to a sudden stone plinth. You have recalled some of your lost fighting skills. Hey. Awesome. Ask more questions of Barkus. Proficiency points increase permanently. Hey, who are you? Nah, we've talked to him before, but you know what? Let's get something to drink. I mean, after this experience, I think some alcohol is in order. What do you want? We got your basic beer for 1 copper, bitters for 2, mead for 4. We got water straight from the elemental plane for 8 copper. We got Arborian fire wine and fire seeds for 10, cursed heart wine for 8, and Bator's own whiskey for 20. What'll you have? Whiskey. He places a shot of some steaming substance that looks like boiling urine in front of you. The fumes that waft your way, however, are exquisitely tempting. The taste, though nearly unbearably hot, is as smoky as the scent. The feel of the liquor burning its way to your gut is nearly painful, or actually just painful, yet even this pain is sweet. The barkeep's eyes widen. Still standing? Most folk can't even make it halfway through the first shot. Hey. I feel fine. I don't even feel anything. I'm numb from the brain down. Didn't you just see me pull out my own eyeball? The barkeep considers you carefully, resting his chin on his hand. You know, Cutter, there's some as have a natural immunity to poisons and such. Some folks call bub a poison. If that's the case, chances are good you got yourself a handy little defense against poisoners. Good. My thanks and farewell. You know what, though? I feel like drinking everything he has to offer. We have enough money for it. Maybe something will come of it. I can't buy any more drinks? That was the only one? Weird. Alright then. So it is. We have 5 unused proficiency slots. I need to find somebody to help me with my fighting skills.
Done.
No, it's not done. I still need to find somebody. Buck Famoy! Eb leans back in his chair. Good to see you again, lad. Greetings, Eb. I had some questions. I've already spoken to this guy before, so I'm not going to read everything. Yeah. I was just curious if maybe he would be able to teach me some fighting stuff. We're getting on in the game, and we have all these unused proficiency points.
Done.
What's next in our journal? Find Nestor's Fork. I really thought I knew where it was. Split Pestle and Kiln. Also, I wish there'd be more information here. What if I did this? Not in our journal. Day 0, hour 7. My original journal's gone missing, but I've started a new one. So it's all the way from the beginning. I've agreed to help the Flophouse Loon Nestor find his fork. And that's the exact same entry as what we already have. Yeah, okay. So I'm not going to get any more information out of our own journal. Nothing new out of our own journal. Hey, don't we have 700 copper commons? Yeah. We can get another tattoo. Can I see what tattoos you have for me? Bloodletting was +1 damage with all attacks. Only 300 coppers. Accuracy is our chance to hit. I might just get that so I hit more. Health, presence, enduring, warding. +1 to armor class. I have tanks, and this game seems to be pretty easy to manipulate. So let's get this instead. Let's do damage. This is +1 to Thaco. Like, if I lead with Mort, they tend to keep fighting Mort. That kind of thing. So our Thaco is now 14, which still sucks. Our lore is really high, but that hasn't helped us much. Lore in Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 would be the roll you'd make against items so you can identify them. I wonder how that actually works. Oh, these ashes? They summon Trellins, and the Trellins are like these weird, like, spaghetti monsters. There's a few of them. I think I can keep using it. I've definitely used it more than once. So they're just like, you know, tanky monsters I can pull out sometimes. I'll give you a read. These ashes are all that remains of a school of illusionists called the Pabulum. According to their expedition logs, they traveled to the plain of Shale in search of the lost works of the Fosterer. Those ashes are known to you, okay. Then I fucking won't read them. Fine, see if I care. I hate the written word. I hate it, I say. These ashes are known to me. Decone, like, puts his hand on my shoulder. These ashes are known to me. I'm like, well, fine. Fuck you, Decone. I didn't want to read them anyway.
All right.
In fact, my eyes have already crossed over. Did you see what I did back there? I can't see straight. It gives me a headache to look at anything.
Okay.
Okay. That is the okay, I believe, from Donkey Kong Country 64 or Donkey Kong 64. A game I have not played, but I've heard a lot about. I'm pretty sure that fork would be in Ragpicker's Square. However, is the fork all that important? What other places in the hive have we not seen? Here's a character named Fleece.
All right.
I don't think we've met Fleece. You see a man who is looking around at the buildings with some confusion. He looks lost and is mumbling to himself. Hi! The man looks relieved. At last! I beg your indulgence, good sir. I seem to have gotten turned around in this maze of streets. He chuckles uncomfortably. I'm afraid this area of the city is somewhat, he glances around apprehensively, unknown to me, with asterisks even. The residents seem most unwilling to extend aid to a visitor. He looks at you hopefully. Could I prevail upon you to help me, perchance? Depends on the kind of help you need, obviously. I seek the house of my Aunt Marguerite. She is reported to dwell in a house close to the mortuary, but the street layout seems to have changed since my last visit. Do you know of the house of which I speak? I have never heard of such a place. The man frowns in disappointment. I suppose it would have been too much good fortune to hope that you would know of such a place. He nods slightly in thanks. Well, I thank you for your time, good sir. It is most welcome on these streets. You are about to turn away when you suddenly have a feeling that something is amiss. Suspicious, you glance at the man again, just in time to see him withdrawing his hand from your purse. You can't be sure, but you think he might have taken something from you. Okay, so was I not interested in switching to another class? I don't think so. I think we're just going to stay fighter unless cleric presents itself, but I don't remember cleric ever being an option for the main character. Our main stat is wisdom followed by strength. So I don't really want to be a thief because I'd be a poor thief. I don't want to be a mage because I'd be a poor mage. And I've never played a strength-based playthrough of this game. So it's more of it's one of those bard things like in Baldur's Gate when I was like, I've never played a bard, fuck it, let's go. So I'm gonna lean in on fighter. So yeah, so cleric is not a choice. Okay, fair enough. I'm gonna grab his hand. You are not fast enough. He yanks his hand back before you can grab it. With a yelp, he bolts, running down the street. All right then. Oh, Fleece is hostile now.
What's up?
Call his mom something terrible.
Hi? Ignis hears you.
Filthy sod.
All right.
Those were my 5 coppers, damn it. And my 80 coppers, damn it.
Done.
Let that be a lesson to the rest of you, okay? One ear. Okay. So this must be the ear Oh no, I pressed L instead of J because I was looking for log instead of journal, and it just loaded the quick load. But the autosave will probably save me. Day 16, 22, 58. Yeah, because it was day 12, 15, 36. Thanks, autosave. Guess what? We get to fight Fleece again.
Oh, I grew up here. Not a pleasant childhood, mind you.
Done.
Honestly, Anna, if there was a pleasant childhood for anyone here, that would be the real standout. Great, I've never heard of such a place. Farewell. Grab his hand, I'm not fast enough. He tries to run away from me.
Endure. In enduring, grow strong.
Hi, Dad.
Get him! Get him! What's wrong with you? Get him! He's a little He's a dwarf of a man. Thank you. Ah.
I'm gone.
Now that we can get the spoils of our murder and carry on with our lives.
All right.
Okay. Okay. Journal. Nestor. Nestor is the character's name. We have a character named One Ear over here, and let me quick save it right here, right now. Talk to One Ear. You see a shady-looking fellow standing before you, picking his teeth with what appears to be a tiny metal fork. His chest is covered by patchwork armor adorned with large spikes, and a long knife, a sword even, hangs at his side. You notice he is missing his right ear. Hi!
Updated my journal.
Of course. Every deity has forsaken the nameless one. That makes sense. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. I'd never even thought of that before. I figured, like, some deity would give him power, just because. He regards you coolly from the shadows as if sizing you up. I said, greetings. What's the matter? Your other ear not working? Look, I need to know things about sailors. The one-eared tiefling scowls at you threateningly. Pike off, Beck, or I'll have your guts for garters. Hey, how did you lose that ear? What did you just say? His right hand drifts to the hilt of his knife. I think you lost it while robbing an old man here in the hive. I saw that fork. I updated my journal. I know what I'm looking for. I don't know what you're talking about, Burke. He glares at you angrily. Now I suggest you get your mangled carcass out of my sight before I carve my name into you. Certainly. Just give me the fork you stole from him, and I'll be on my way. I mean, he already lost an ear. That's punishment enough. But I think we should approach a threatening stance since we have a choice. Look, why don't you come clean while you still have one good ear left? You sure do have a sharp tongue, Burke. I think I'll cut it out and fade it to you. He lunges at you, his knife leading the way. Defend yourself. And hey, check this shit out. Check it out. Our AC is 3. Hey, all right, yeah? Yeah, 3 instead of 9. Moving up.
I hear your words. Your will be done.
I'm gone.
I will hear you.
Ignis hears you. Yes, my master.
Valley.
Done.
A small steel fork. A weapon that I can actually use. If I wanted to, I could just, like, specialize a fighter into fork. Keeps getting punched in the face with this 1 AC. You'd be getting, yeah, clobbered all the time. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. This game seems rather forgiving with its combat. Might be why I liked it so much back in the day. Speaking of, I was going through some old photos, like on my dad's computer, putting together a sort of a celebration of life thing for him. And I found a picture of me from like 1999 or 2000 or something like that. It was definitely around that period. And in that picture was my box of Planescape Torment right next to my desk. I was like, holy shit, that's awesome. This fork is definitely no prized piece of cutlery. Its steel finish is scratched and slightly bent, and its tines are crusted with dirt and whatever was in that tiefling's teeth.
I'm gone.
I guess we could go ahead and, well, we take the fork, obviously, and might as well sell the other stuff. It isn't going to go for much, but we don't have a lot of money to begin with. Yeah, I had mused earlier, like last week, about how...
Ignis, all right? I mean, he's burning his candle at both ends. If you know what I mean.
I know what you mean, Mort. This game, it feels like the people who made Disco Elysium played this game heavily because of the approach. For one, you have a character who is an amnesiac, who doesn't know reality, like on that level. He's just kind of like, man, where the fuck am I? What is going on? Whatever. You have a plucky sidekick that helps you around, and like there's a lot of dialogue and interesting lore. But in Disco, there's no combat at all. But it would almost make sense for this game to also have no combat because it's not fully implemented. Porphyron, explain yourself to me. Every inch of this man's skin is covered in a web of black lines. It's as if some artist chose to accentuate every crease in his flesh with a quill pen. The overall effect is such that even when his face shows no expression, he appears to be frowning. Hi! This one has a name. This one is called Porphyron. The man's voice is like a gong, apparently. As he speaks, the lines on his face bend and settle into a series of spherical patterns. I don't know how to make a gong sound into words, so we're going to continue as I've started. This one would know. Why do you address this one? I wanted to ask you some questions about sailors. This one would have you know. This one cannot answer your questions. The lines on his face twist into angles, then split into a mess of scribbles. This one has only recently stepped foot in this place of walls. What's up with the sailors? Okay, so if you've ever played Shenmue on the Dreamcast, and I know it's a callback from way back at this point, but I'm old and it's all I know. Ryo Hazuki goes up and he's trying to find somebody, the person who killed his father. Okay, so it's a revenge story. He saw his father get murdered in a typical martial arts style. This well-to-do man in a nice outfit kicked the shit out of his dad, and so Ryo's like, I will avenge my father. And then he gets a tip that I think his name is Landy. Landy had something to do with the harbor in the area, and sailors are at the harbor. So there's like a supercut of Ryo Hazuki asking everyone, hey, do you know where I can find sailors? I need to know about sailors. Do you know anything about sailors? And it's sort of a meme for those who've played Shenmue. And I get the same feeling from this game because I'm always like, I just need to ask you some questions. I just need to ask you some questions like I'm a police officer. Also a link to Disco Elysium. But also it's like, I'm just spicing it up a bit because of that meme in Shenmue. It is pretty funny. It starts to get kind of awkward because he's like, do you know where I can find some sailors? Do you know anything about sailors? Do you know where sailors hang out? And it's like 60% of the game. Because you learn that bit early, and then it doesn't pay off until later. So it's just funny. I need to find some sailors. Do you know where I can find any? This one would have you know. This one cannot answer your questions. Oh, this one only has recently stepped foot in the place of walls. Alright then, but I have to ask you this. Why do those lines upon your face move? The lines show anger. Do you take offense? The lines slowly straighten, forming into gentle curves. No offense was meant. Will you accept the many apologies of this one? No offense taken. Why are you angry? This one tells of events recent. Did you know this one was beset by 3? The 3 demanded an item of this one. This one feared an attack. What does this one do? This one surrendered the item. Well, you were right to be afraid. If there were 3, then they might have killed you and had you not given up the item. This one has been misunderstood. The lines on his face become angled, then smoothen the curves again. This one did not fear being killed. This one feared killing the 3. Well, if you could have killed them, why did you let them rob you? This one walks the path of a warrior. Many weapons have walked with this one. The fist, the blade, the stave, the hatchet, the smiter. These tools are all known to this one. I found my guy. I found him. My fighter guy. That's not much of an explanation. Again, if you're a warrior with that much training, why let them rob you? This one is forbidden to attack. The lines ripple across his face as he speaks. If this one had struck at the 3 in anger, the vow of non-violence would be unmade. Vow of non-violence? You're a warrior and a pacifist? This one is unfamiliar with your speech. What is this pacifist? Never mind. Why did you train so much if you are not permitted to attack somebody? This one is of the Order of Eretag. We await the final days where all will be called to battle. The training and skills of this one, they are to be kept silent until then. In the meantime, you will let yourself be robbed in the street without defending yourself? This one will clarify. The item is of value. The discipline of the Eradaga is of greater value. Ah. Ah. You hear there's sailors on the moon, and they will punish you. I do like that explanation, though. The item means something, but the discipline meant more. Since you won't fight, any chance you could talk these thieves into returning your item? This one addresses the 3 thieves. What happens? The requests of this one are met with scorn. The 3 will not return the item. I could go get that item back for you if you could give me money. This one apologizes. Nothing more does this one have that was not already taken. You don't have anything. This one apologizes twice. Would you consent to be trained? Yes, I would. Trained? In what? Many weapons have walked with this one. The fist, the blade, the stave, the hatchet, the smiter. These tools are all known to this one. Do you wish them known to you? Weapon training? If it's for free. This one speaks the cost. The item stolen, returned only. Nothing more. Yeah, sure, I'll do it. What's this stolen item look like? The item is this, a rope of black and red prayer beads worn around the neck. The worth of these beads is not measured in copper. The worth of these beads is measured in faith. Alright then, I'll see if I can find this necklace. Do you know where these 3 thugs might be? This one knows where the angry words were traded and the item lost. By the bar that burns inside, the 3 were outside the place, dressed in black and red. 3 robbers dressed in red and black outside the Smoldering Corpse bar. I'll go find them. Farewell.
Updated my journal.
Updated my journal.
I'm gone.
Smoldering Corpse. Super badass warrior. Yeah, that was the... I don't know if you've seen this, but the A-Team movie that came out 10 years ago, the remake or whatever, they had a Mr. T character, and Mr. T was the badass of the group, but he's a pacifist for the entire movie until like the very, very end, and it was like the most annoying version of that archetype I've ever seen. Like, Mr. T has always been, I pity the fool, you know? He's always been that guy, and then all of a sudden, oh no, we can't have him be that guy. We need him to be solemn. We need him to be like a philosopher and not actually hurt people. It's like, well, his whole thing in that entire show and the movie was to be the guy who beats people up, and now he's still in the movie and he doesn't beat people up. Why would you do this to him? Okay, there's a bunch of hive thugs, but none with any names, so let's just pick on every hive thug we find. You see a heavy-set looking man? He has a stone-faced expression. Wait, what is there in the Smoldering Corpse bar? Is there a group of 3 people that were in there? I don't remember. Unless they meant the Mercy Killers. Hi! The man looks at you for a moment, grunts, then raises his hand, revealing a wicked dagger. He smiles evilly and begins twirling it in a menacing arc. Fuck him! I have AC now! I'm going to kill all of you! By myself! Yes! Ow! Yes! The power! Power overwhelming! Ignis, cover me. I'm gonna take this guy out now. Yeah, punch. I missed?
Balance.
Alright, we dogpile this one. Everybody charge!
I'm gone.
Ignis, did you fail? No, you didn't. I see. They were a coward hiding behind this house. Ha ha ha! What fools they were to threaten me.
Done.
I've gone power mad. Hey, 40 coppers. You know, it may be profitable to clean up the streets and just kill every thug we see.
I'm gone.
All right. Oh, black and red cloves, right? I forgot about that little detail. And there's even like a sort of a custom thug looking character here too. So let me just move this over here and this over here. Right?
Huh? Sure.
Over here. Quick save. That's like those scenes in movies where it's like, we're gonna get him, and then they just like get the wrong person, and I totally just did that organically. This heavyset thug is swathed in rags dyed red and black. He looks like he is made almost purely of muscle. He glowers at you as you approach. Imagine being made purely of muscle and no bone. No structure to hold you up at all. Just muscle. Anyway, hi! Hello, can I help you then, Governor? This man's face breaks into a sneer. Looks to me, you needs a healer. You know anything about sailors? Oh, that! No time for asking and answering, Governor. He spits at your feet. Now pike off, you clueless sod! Are you one of the ones who robbed a monk in the hive? Took his prayer bead necklace? Some sod with lines scrawled all over his face. Claimed he could have put us all in the dead book, yet lets us bob him blind. The man gives a slow, toothless smile. Never even heard of such a sod, I haven't. Perhaps we can come to an agreement. The necklace is of no value to anyone not of his order. Perhaps I could buy it from you. No, we like money. Maybe you'd better give me back his necklace before I put you all in the dead book. I'd be watching where you'd be letting those threats fly, Governor. You let another one slip your tongue and I'll give you a second smile, Jig? Well, if you think you can take me, come on. So you might be wondering how I got myself wrapped up in this mess. Well, let me tell you. I do know that not killing them would be better. But this guy doesn't know that. So we play accordingly.
Ready.
What?
What is thy bidding?
You leatherhead.
Damn.
Hell yeah!
All right.
A knife, some money. We definitely want those prayer beads with those coppers. Look at me remembering that I can pick stuff up like this. I'm so good at video games.
Done.
Where did I just go?
All right. I'm gone.
Oh, Porphyron! We murdered those men for you! You see Porphyron. He is still standing grimly on the street, paying no heed to the passers-by. The web of lines on his face are staggered into a series of right angles. Hi! As you speak, the angles in Porphyron's face relax into a series of strange curves. What if they're like lines of bubbles? Anyway, this one would ask, do you have the neck rope of beads that was stolen? Yeah, I think so. Is this it?
Updated my journal.
This one sees what you hold. Those are the beads once missing. He takes them from you. You notice his hands have the same tracery of lines upon them as his face. This one has a question. How did you get the beads from the three? We don't have the charisma to lie. We just don't. I could have bought them, but I like money, so I killed them and I took the beads. This one is content. The message of violence has been conveyed. This one bestows several welcome thanks, yes? Oh. I'm pretty sure it's better for us if we didn't kill them. But he seems fine with the murder, so that's good for me. What about the weapons training you promised? This one could instruct you, yes, but this one warns you. With knowledge of violence comes temptation to use it. Ha! Tell me about it. I sure hope so. This one speaks. Is it your will to leave behind your previous your previous profession? The path of the warrior cannot be walked with an unfocused mind. I have no profession other than fighting at this moment. I would walk the path of the warrior. This one will instruct. The lines on his face fold into triangles. These things comprise the angles of your training. Focus, experience, proficiency. I don't get it. Can you explain?
Updated my journal.
This one will speak of focus first. For teaching to take root, you must have focus. You must be committed to the path of the warrior. The warrior is your profession, no other. Yeah, I get it. I can only be the fighter class if I want to learn about weapons. What is the next angle of training?
Updated my journal.
This one will speak of experience second. True knowledge of combat comes only with experience. There is limit to how much weapon instruction one may absorb. When you reach a new level in Art of Warrior, it may be you are ready for new instruction. Understood. There is a limit to how much I can learn at first, but this limit may increase when I reach a new level. What is the next angle of training? This one will speak of proficiency... Third. I was going to say... Anyway, whatever. Third. There is only so much one may learn about any weapon. This one would add, there is only so much that this one can teach. Knowledge of the weapon comes at 3 levels. The ignorant, the proficient, and the specialized. There are levels between each of these, in which the student has surpassed previous learning, but has not yet truly reached the plateau of the next skill. What are these levels? This level of the ignorant is this. When one does not know the weapon they use, the attack is clumsy, the damage much less than its potential. That sounds like me when I woke on the mortuary slab. Shut up. Go on. What is the level of the proficient? The level of the proficient is this. When one has learned a weapon, he is said to be proficient in its use. His attacks are no longer clumsy. They come swiftly and surely. And the level of the specialist?
Updated my journal.
The level of the specialist is this. When one goes beyond proficiency, he becomes specialized in use of the weapon. The weapon is no longer tool, but extension of will. Alright, I get it. What can you teach me of weapons? Okay, I think I'm going to just go all in on these fists. They're +2 fists. I'm sure they're not the best weapons in the game, but they're very good and the best we have right now. Plus, they drain health on hit, and I love that. That's one of my favorite things ever. So we're going to go all in on this. We have 5 proficiency points. If we bubble over into something else, it'll just be whatever cool axe we find. Yes, I wish to know about fists. One who would use the fist. It strikes swiftly. The damage it does crushes the bones of an opponent. There will be weapons you may find. Heavy gauntlets, punch daggers, or even the cestus. These do crushing, piercing, or slashing damage. Your knowledge is limited. Do you wish to use a portion of your talent to attain the level of the proficient in this weapon? Hell yes.
Updated my journal.
First, stand like so. This one compliments you. The knowledge comes to you swiftly. You take instruction well. Hey, thanks. Now do it again.
Updated my journal.
This one can teach you no more. Do you know you have already achieved the level of the proficient in the use of such a weapon? This one can only instruct you in a final lesson. Find a master to learn more, if indeed it is possible for you to learn more. Remain devoted to the path of the warrior, and it shall not be long before you reach the limits of knowledge. Okay then. If we can't go any further in fists, I'll put the rest of the points in axes. One who would use the axe, its speed is not that of the club, but its damage is greater. It slashes like a great claw at the body of the opponent. Do you wish to use a portion of your talent to attain the level of the proficient in this weapon? Bring it.
My journal.
And can I do that again with axes? Or is it too late? Okay, so we gained 2 points. Can we go for 3?
Updated my journal.
And yeah, now we're proficient. So I think I'll see if I can find a new master then. Farewell. Let's take a look at our character. Okay, so we still have 2 slots to go. We have 2 points in fist and 2 points in axe.
I'm gone.
I'm gone. Hey there, Malt. If that's your real name. This man appears less dour and wary of passers-by than the people around him. He moves with an upbeat gait, casually scanning the ground to either side of him as he goes. As you approach him, he nods a friendly greeting. Hi! Hello, Connor? Say, you seen any debtors about? None nearby, no. I had some questions. Too bad, too bad. Had some questions, did you? Ask away, then. What you looking for? Debtors, of course. Don't you recognize the robes of a collector? He grabs a hold of the cloth and holds it up for your inspection. We understand what a collector is. I had some other questions. What can you tell me about this area? This is the hive, Cutter. What we hivers like to call the arse end of sigil. Not that sigil's got an end, being round and all, but you know what I mean. Anyway, north and west of here, through the big gate, is Ragpicker's Square, where collectors like me call Kip. Don't know much about the rest of sigil, I'm afraid. That's all I wish to know, then. Okay. Wasn't much use to talk to him.
All right.
Yeah. What is this place? The Flop House. Right, we can sleep here. We didn't use any magic. I don't really need to sleep here. So, of course, we're going to go in anyway. I know we've been here before now.
Done.
There's Nestor. I did not know where Nestor was, so I'm glad we came in here. The old man stops his frantic pacing and glances at you nervously. Fork! 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 Can't go home without my fork! Is this the fork you speak of? Nestor hastily snatches up the fork. My fork? My fork! 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 Woohoo! He hops up and down excitedly, bouncing up and down on his head, and then on his feet, and then back on his head, then back on his feet again, waving the fork back and forth in an elaborate pattern above his head, as if he were performing some sort of ritual. Now I can go home! Farewell! Woohoo! Farewell, Nestor. Nestor turns to leave then, as if struck with some afterthought. He turns back around and hands you a scrap of something soft and rubbery. The severed ear. Upon closer examination, you notice that there is an earring still dangling from it. Pocket the earring and eat the flesh.
Updated my journal.
We did not eat the flesh. But we got the earring. We identified it. Oh shit, we actually identified it. 10% stealth skill bonus. Usable only by thieves. This small earring is made from polished obsidian. Despite the smoothness of its surface, it reflects no light whatsoever. Commonly referred to as a rogue's best friend, the black gem this earring is made from possesses magical properties that absorb light, making it easier for its wearer to move undetected in the shadows. Well, we only have one thief who would possibly wear this. So improving our stealth skill or our open locks. We have had no problems with opening locks. I've got a pry bar after all. And that little bit of blue there we just saw was Nestor opening a gate using the key that was the fork that sent him home.
All right.
We'll rest here anyway. It cost us 5 coppers. We've made that money. Some of our characters were not at full health, so why not? We've got nothing but time. We've got butt time. So there are still several places I haven't gone to.
I'm gone.
One rather famous place. Still just taking a look, though. I think it was in the clerk's ward. Pretty sure of that. What's the Alley of Dangerous Angles again? Oh, we've never been here. Or we have, but momentarily. I don't know where Pestle and Kiln are still, but that's fine. And this is our main quest right here. Lothar suggested that the next stage in my journey might be to journey to the Civic Fest Hall, where the Sensates are. Someone may be able to tell me more of the Hag Ravel puzzle, well, whom Lothar believes stole my mortality from me.
All right.
Razor Angels. We got Crystal? Actual Crystal? Ooh. I'll take that. You see a cool, collected, calm woman. Her face is set in hard, determined lines. Her voice is low and firm. I am Crystal, leader of these Razor Angels. You are in our home. What do you want of me? Tell me about yourself. He shrugs. I'm the leader of the Razor Angels. That's really all you need to know. I created them. They follow my commands. Now, what do you want of me? Tell me about your Razor Angels. We came here when bigger gangs took over the Trash Warrens near Ragpickers Square. We got here right around the same time as the Dark Alley Shivs, who've set up Kip on the other side of the alley. They're a bunch of murderous thugs. And here she pauses. We're thugs, but we don't kill if we can help it. We just need to make a living, and given our situation, charging a toll's the best way to do it. Sounds rewarding? No, it's not. Only we've got nothing better going for us. We're hive dwellers. Even the scant education I got won't get me out of here. No one wants a hive dweller, so we make sure we're not entirely ignored. Whatever, farewell. Before you go, I need a favor from you. You don't know me. This slice of alley just isn't big enough for us and the Dark Alley Shivs. We've got heart, they've got hate. Kill off their leader, Rotten William, and you'll get free passage through the alley from us for the rest of your life. You come through here often enough, that'll save you a lot of jink. Yeah, but this is our first time here. I don't know if I'm ever going to come back, but I do like murder. So, tell me about your gang.
Updated my journal.
We're itinerants. We've been forced to move time and time again. We settled here at the same time as Rotten William and the Dark Alley Shivs, and now we're in a fight for our lives. We just charge a simple toll for passage here. They take lives. We're essentially good people. They're evil, led by an evil man. I'll kill him. I look forward to hearing of your success. Come back and tell me when you're done, yes? Good luck.
Updated my journal.
I like how I just got thrown into a gang war, and I just said, you know what? Yeah, I'll murder them. I'll kill them dead. Hear that you're doing some work for Crystal. Good, get it done quick, you hear? Oh, before I go forgetting, you'll have to pay the toll. Since you're with us, it'd be half price. I'm here, 5 coins. You'll have to catch me first.
Here we go!
You'll have to catch me, and I'm a gingerbread man. You can't possibly catch me. Look, but I'm working for Crystal. You already said it yourself. Yeah, so am I. We all got mouths to feed, so we'll be feeding ours. 5 coins, or I stretch out. It's just 5 coins. Here. Been a pleasure. Good luck with that bastard, Rotten William. Yeah, thanks. Oh, there's the Dark Alley Shivs right there. The Razor Angels are over here. Kind of a crowded alley. Well, there's Rotten William. I mean, his name is actually Rotten William. There's no way this is a good guy. You see a hard-edged man. His face is sharp and confident, yet somehow seems diffused. His eyes are clear and cruel. He seems both indolent and poised, and he holds a knife in his calloused hands. So, another visitor for Rotten William. Speak your mind, traveler, make it good, and perhaps we'll let you go. I don't want any trouble. Aye, then it's a good thing for you that I mean you no harm. I just need a little favor done for me. Hear me out, will you? What is it? It's a small blood fee. Good thing for you is that it ain't your blood. It's the blood of another. A Burke by the name of Crystal, who's got the temerity to try holding a piece of my territory from me. I want you to find her and make her lost. Kill her. What's in it for me? Didn't I just tell you we'd talk about it when you were done with the slaughter? I mean what I said, Burke. Now will you do it, or won't you? Look, I just want to know what's in it for me. You'll get what you deserve, Burke. Let's call it 200 coins, eh? Do you have a deal? How about more than that? 300 then, my final offer. I mean, 300 coppers isn't a lot. And he's made it pretty clear his whole agenda is to murder. He likes murder. He didn't even like try to make himself look good. But I can't imagine coming through here so many times that 5 coppers each time would anywhere near add up to the savings of 300 coppers, you know? I wish I could think it over with a pizza. Just a nice pizza. A good New York style, hand-tossed pepperoni pizza. Extra cheese, maybe. Just sit there and like put one elbow on the table and just munch away and think about which one would I murder. Honestly, I wish they would just murder each other. Just get it over with. I know if I attack Rotten William, then all of these guys here are going to turn on me. I doubt they're difficult to kill, but I did quick save just recently for that reason. Murder him? No, I won't do it. If that's the way you want it, pity I couldn't see it the right way around. He raises his voice. Shivs, get rid of this awful... Oh. He isn't even going to let me go. He really is just going to murder me. Fight.
It is I.
We do have full use of our spells. Vilkar's Eyes, blindness. Submerge the Will is tankiness. Scripture of Steel is attack. And Reign of Anger is magic missile. I don't know if I'm going to need it. +1 to hit, +1 to saving throws. For everyone. Okay, yeah, we'll kick on Scripture of Steel. Put it like right here.
Ignis wishes to burn.
It was a firefight! It will be a firefight. There's some fire support. You're gonna punch. And then the skull.
The word, Chief.
Will hold our back. He doesn't have the skull mob. I guess we could use it. Why not? I think this guy will die pretty quickly, so I'm just going to throw it at somebody else. Like you, for example.
I'm here.
And then Anna is going to do the murder. Right here. And let's roll it. Shit got kind of crazy real fast. Go on over there, Duckhone.
The flame, yes, my master.
Is that the skulls? Those are the skulls. Is it like hitting everybody in a line or something? I thought it was only going to attack one target. But they're just like
What's up?
floating all over the place.
I hear your words.
What you be wanting now, right?
Ignis hears you.
I will hear you.
Yeah, as I thought, these guys are not all that important.
It's true.
They're not hard to kill.
In all things.
They were easy to kill. Quick loot. Money, 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 money. How much money did we get? We got 834. So yeah, we took all 300 coppers that he had. And then some.
It is I.
I'm gone. Failed.
No.
Failed.
No. You are so strong and you're using a pry bar and that's failing every single time? Alright, Anna. It's up to you then. Stealth, thieving skills. I think it's this one. Yeah, she succeeded. And she only gets, like, the identification item. That's a shame.
I'm gone.
Now let's kill everyone else. Any more of these shivs walking around here? And they made that choice rather black and white, didn't they? You know, Crystal, I wasn't even going to do it really, but they presented a pretty impressive case against themselves. Have you made any gain in seeking to write Rotten William into the dead book? Yeah, he's dead. You won't need to worry about him or his gang anymore. It's done? Rotten William is gone? You have my thanks, traveler, and you will never again pay a toll for passage through the Alley of Dangerous Angles. I have but one more request for you. What's in it for me? Jink, coin, quite a bit of it. Are you interested? We like money. Then find the barmy Black Rose in this alley, and ride him into the dead book. When he's dead, return and I shall reward you.
Updated my journal.
I mean, I guess we are kind of an assassin now. Find someone named Black Rose and kill that guy too. Sure. Why? I don't know. There's a lot of money in it, apparently.
All right.
Ooh, a gold ring. I really don't think I need these keys. I kind of wish I could just drop them. Or, like, get a bag that'll hold them for me. We're making money. We don't really need to hold on to knife and copper knife. I'll hold on to high-quality stiletto, though, for now.
Huh? Sure, why not?
Done.
Oh, let's readjust your weapon back to those nice nuts.
Done.
Tent, ruined cathedral, tent, burnt building. Ruined cathedral. Uh-oh! We have leftovers.
Done.
Technically, that one right there was the gang leader for the Dark Alley Shivs. It was the last one, so he graduated because everyone else is dead. Aola. Your name is not Black Rose, but I'll take your stuff all the same. I will not take your junk. Welcome to the Cathedral of Erskar. Have you come to worship Erskar with me? You can be his second disciple. What? Tell me more about Erskar. Aola's voice takes on a tone of adulation. Eoskar is the keeper of gateways. Within Eoskar lies the power of portals, doorways, and opportunity. Sigil, also known as the City of Doors, used to be the home of Eoskar, until he was cast out by that accursed lady. Now there are a few worshippers of Eoskar here because the lady forbids it. That will soon change, however, as I help the people to see the greatness of Eoskar. She cannot stand against the will of the people. Why are there no other disciples of Eoskar? Over the years, I have had many disciples. Unfortunately, they have all disappeared. It's quite frustrating, actually. As soon as they become initiates, I never see them again. Lately, there has been a rumor going around that the lady herself is the cause. Now no one comes by anymore. You are the first soul I've seen stop by in a long while. I think we want to keep this in mind. The lady, I have no wish to cross her. I'd best be on my way. Farewell. Because if they disappear, that means they probably get mazed. If they get mazed, then that would be a way for me to get mazed on purpose, if I so choose. But I'm not ready to make that sort of a commitment just yet.
All right.
Hey, is that your silver ring? Thanks. Bye!
I'm gone.
I always like the idea of a thief that's just a brute. Not like Cologne, but just like they intimidate their way, like totally a thug. Not like the roguish, silent, quick-step type, but the one who still just like punches things and goes, hey, give me your rings. And they're like, yes, sir. Cool. You get to live. Was that a trap? Why am I being hit by traps? I'm just looting the place. What's going on over here?
Done.
You see a young man dressed in plain but well-kept clothes. He pauses in his pacing as you approach. Hi! Rock in trouble, big. Help you do? What's wrong? Rock forgets rings and tent. Friends need to magic with. No rings, be mad at Rock. One ring brown like Jink, other shiny like Mirror. Last is pretty and yellow. Bring for Rock? Nah. I don't care. You're asking for my money? I don't need that. I don't need that in my life.
Done.
Yep. Oh, is there somebody in there? You have a name? Gamlin.
I'm gone.
Hey, what are you doing in my tent? Hi. You barge into my tent uninvited and all you have to say is hi? On your way, Burke. Alright, bye.
I'm gone.
Oh, there's Black Rose. What are you doing over here? Just like here. What's going on? This man moves with a frightening speed, and he seems only half there. His eyes burn out of his haze, and their madness pierces your heart. You, his voice is like a blast of cold air. Declare your allegiance. You hold for good or evil. Extremes are dangerous. But first, who are you? I am Black Rose. I am a hunter and a hunger. I am a scourge. Now, declare your allegiance. I believe in aiding those less fortunate than myself. I've done a lot of that. But I've also done murder. I don't think we've seen an example of a good extreme being dangerous in this game. I do believe that both extremes are dangerous. Good can tip towards evil. You know, like the road to hell is paved with good intentions and all that. Extremes are dangerous. His eyes blaze and then soften. His voice sounds like an exhalation. A neutral. An ally. You know balance. Give me your aid. I eliminate extremes. What can I do? I am hunting the Razor Angels and the Dark Alley Shivs. Choose the leader of one and eliminate them. Oh, well, you don't have to worry about that. Rotten William, the leader of the Dark Alley Shivs, is already dead. Why does it say I'll also kill Crystal? That's the kind of road that would be hell to walk on for sure. Imagine slipping all over Cheese Whiz. Like falling down on your butt, getting Cheese Whiz in your butt.
Hot!
Shut up, Ellie. It's not hot at all. Well, I don't think this game has given me enough cause to, like, lean in on Black Rose. He's not giving me anything. At least with Crystal, she was like, look, we'll leave you alone for life. We're just trying to make a living here. And I've seen so many people in Sigil doing that making a living thing, where it's like the way you live. It's not like she had other choices, which she also mentioned. It wasn't easy for them to set up and do anything, and they were just fighting off the ones who would just kill you for fun. I don't think I'm interested in helping you. His fiery eyes slit, and he whispers, "Then you are an enemy!" With a blur of motion, he attacks. Alright. If we have to resolve it this way, then that's what we have to do.
What?
Call out his mom.
Her face is just begging to be kicked.
Done.
Like, that didn't feel neutral. That felt like... it just felt like reckless murder with no cause. Have you found Black Rose and eliminated him from the alley? Yeah, I don't know why he was the way he was, and he didn't explain himself at all. He was just like, kill one! Kill the other two! Yes, we are neutrality! It's like, that's not what neutrality means. I would abstain from the murder if I was truly neutral. I wouldn't correct the balance by murdering more. But then he fought me, it was self-defense. She hands you a large, patched purse. You have my thanks, and the thanks of the Razor Angels. We part friends, and shall remember you. Yeah, sure, farewell.
Did my journal.
We got 1,000 copper, though. I'll take it. I'll take it.
All right.
All right.
Like, we didn't even have to step into that zone. Also, I wonder if this game would tell me if my alignment changed. I'm sure it would. Alright, to the Clerk's Word. Clerk's Word! Everyone, we head Clerk's Word. So this is the place we haven't gone to yet. This is an important spot. I don't think I've ever really done everything we're supposed to do here. I'm pretty sure our final party member is in here, but I've never had her join the party. So the moment that happens, that's when I'll have likely been further than I ever have before. Oh, right, the Harmonium does still want to kill us. I don't know why. Please don't murder my friends. I'm gonna lead them away over here. Go around. Like, these guys aren't trying to kill us. I don't know what the Harmonium soldiers over here saw that makes them want to kill us. That's the curio shop. I wanted to go to the apothecary. Dump off some of these copper rings and coins we got.
All right.
Oh, he doesn't buy our jewelry. Damn.
All right.
Okay, we'll go here first, and then we'll go back to the Civic Fest Hall and really dive deep in there. But we'll do that after we take a break. It's about 10 o'clock now, so it's a good time to start. We'll be right back.
The fakers are a secret heart. to make my decision. This time it could be my moment. Is this a mirage or just to fulfill my mission? I'm good with the balance, but I'm standing on razor's edge now. Move quick, or my life is over. One strike just a pain, then I'm out of his field of vision. Don't ask why I'm ready, but I'm ready to strike him down now. I just saw the new stars, there's no time for indecision. A river in a dry land, the last is in a lost head. When I hop on new beginnings, burn our feet. Now we need it, a heartbeat for demon. Oasis in a ceaseless.
Start the game already!
And we're back. Welcome to the brothel.
I'm gone.
Brothel patron. This kindly looking older man turns as you approach and nods politely. Greetings. Something I might help you with? You know anything about sailors? Certainly. Go ahead, young man. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? The old man chuckles pleasantly. What most men do here, young fellow. Chatting with the fair ladies of the brothel. Any of them in particular you'd recommend? He strokes his beard, frowning in thought. I would have to say no. Strike that. Well, young man, I am unsure of what you are after. Were I certain of what sort of conversation you would find enjoyable, perhaps I would be more qualified to make a suggestion. That's alright, I had another question. Certainly, go ahead, young man. What are you doing here? What can you tell me about this place? The old man smiles, his eyes twinkle. I can tell you that it is a most wondrous establishment. The ladies here are oh so enchanting, even that deliciously mouthy Kamashi, in her own special way. But please, young sir, speak to Fall from Grace of the brothel. As the brothel's proprietor, she may share with you much greater insights into the place than I have to offer. You know anything about Ravel Puzzlewell? I know little, save for legends that most every child has heard, that she is a night hag, but one especially evil, and that she was banished from Sigil long, long ago. Alright then. I'll just run around the couch and talk to you. Before you is a stunning golden-haired woman dressed in an azure and violet dress with two long, elegant wings draped across her shoulders. She is surveying the room with a slight smile. She is easily the most beautiful woman you have ever seen. Ignore the winged woman. Explore the building. No.
Well met, traveler. How may I help you?
The woman turns as you address her. She takes your measure, then nods slightly. You notice her eyes are azure, the same exact color as her dress. Well met, traveler. She reaches up to brush back a stray lock of golden hair. How may I help you? Who are you?
Dated my journal.
Party!
I am called Fall from Grace. She studies you for a moment. You are new to Sigil, are you not? Welcome in, Beast Lord J. Thank you for the raid. How are you? What's up? What you doing? Have you played Planescape Torment before? First time chat from Raider. Okay. Started Tyranny today, though. I haven't played Tyranny yet. That's definitely on the radar. I've heard some good things, but I either replay or I have to find some other game to play. But it's definitely on the radar. Like I recently played Pillars of Eternity 1, which I was very surprised by. I thought that was very, very good, better than I could have expected. And yeah, so I mean, my eyes have been open to the idea that there are other isometric CRPGs that are just as good. And I just picked up number 2 on sale, but I haven't opened it yet. As far as this game, though, if you've never played it before, it is a different kind of game. Think more, if you've ever played Disco Elysium, it's more on that side, where it's very dialogue heavy. But there is combat. There is 2nd edition D&D combat in this game. But it's more of a like an accompaniment over the vast actual like lore and character and interesting dialogue and stuff like that. And also, as far as to all of you new people, I do read all the dialogue in this game, and I do like change my voice on occasion. So yeah, sit back and enjoy. I do this pretty often, though I will also play other games. I'm a variety streamer, so Mondays is StarCraft, and then Tuesday and Wednesday is Visions of Mana, which is an excellent game for the Mana series to end off on. And then, of course, Thursday and Friday we're doing Planescape Torment. I have never beaten this game. I've owned it since like the late 90s, but I've never beaten it, so it's definitely like a bucket list item for me to finally finish this game. We are maybe 30% of the way in. Yes, if you have played the other Mana games, like I was only a Secret of Mana player when I started Visions of Mana. I played Secret of Mana a lot of times on Super Nintendo, and then I eventually got the remaster that they put out on the PS3 or 4, whichever one it was, and I liked that enough. But I'd never played Trials or Legends because they weren't released in America in a convenient way for me to get access to them. But I bought the collection on the Nintendo Switch, which gave me access to Trials, and that was pretty good. Trials was a good step up from Secret of Mana. I was quite surprised. It was more difficult, but the difficulty was more having to use as many items as you can possibly bring with you, because it's hard to mitigate damage. But then Legend, I played that on Steam, the remaster of that, and that was pretty good, but it was very different, but it was very good. I would like to play through it again. It's just not very good on the gameplay side of things. You could even turn off the combat entirely. I don't think you would really miss anything. It's interesting how that works. I don't think you can miss anything at all. You still have to do the boss fights, but for the most part, as long as you have a weapon, you're alright. You can do it. You don't even have to get like an endgame weapon. Just like good weapon, you'll be alright. However, Visions takes all of the good mechanics from Secret, Trials, and Legends, mushes them together, makes it beautiful in 3D, and really fun combat, where you would have different classes for each party member based on the elemental that they are fused with. So everyone has 9 classes, and there are 5 characters. So 45 different classes, if you can believe that, which it's incredible. It's incredible to me. Yeah, it's very fun. It's very fun. Visions of Mana just blows my mind. And the cool thing about Visions is that it references previous Mana games in fun ways. So if you know the other Mana games, you get a lot out of Visions of Mana. But none of the games are direct sequels story-wise, so you can play any of them that you want to play. So I very much recommend it. So, yeah, thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. And I'm going to send you a follow so I can see what you're up to. So I can keep eyes on you. How do I do this? There's the follow button. Oh, you played Metroid Prime, Tyranny, Marvel Rivals. I liked Rivals okay. I did eventually just uninstall it though, because I don't like. I like it, and I would watch somebody play it, but I don't really want to play it myself. At least not until they get Ghost Rider in there. If they get Ghost Rider, I'll come back. But as it is, it just doesn't feel as fun as other games I've played, and I'd rather just play literally anything else. Like, the only downside on Visions is a good game. It's a great game to play, but it is lighthearted and whimsical. So the story isn't as deep, but that's not the reason you play a mana game, really. You play the mana game for the experience, but Visions has the experience plus excellent combat. Having an RPG itch, yeah. Yeah, this is actually a sponsored stream. Somebody in the Garatep in my community had offered to sponsor me playing this game. So I was like, yeah, you know what? Sure, I'll knock it off the bucket list, and we'll get to enjoy it together. And it's been very fun so far. I remember a lot, but I don't remember like the specifics of the quests. I just remember like, oh, I remember this experience. I remember this experience. And this part here is one of my favorites, the brothel of slating intellectual lusts. It's a brothel where you do speak to women, but that's really it. It's not a sexual brothel. You go there to engage the mind. You go there to engage in dialogue and debate with attractive people. That's basically it. But it's not just attractive people. I think there's a tiefling in here who will curse like a sailor and teach you ways to curse better. Stuff like that. The biggest sex organ? It's true. But yeah, so we just met this lady here. I believe she's a succubus. I am called Fall from Grace. She studies you for a moment. You are new to Sigil. Are you not? No, I suspect I've been here for quite some time, actually. Indeed. Fall from Grace raises an eyebrow. Yes, but that is a long tale, perhaps longer than I know. I'm more interested in what this place is. Bum Therapy Live, yeah. Definitely beat you to it. I've actually never heard that before, that the brain is the biggest sex organ. But that is absolutely true. This is the brothel of slating intellectual lusts. She studies you for a moment. I take it by your question that you did not intend to partake of this establishment. Brothel of slating intellectual lusts? What kind of brothel is this? I established this brothel to give those lustful fevers that strike the mind more avenues of expression rather than the simply carnal. Much pleasure can be had in conversation and engaging in the verbal arts with others. It sounds dull. I assure you it is not. Tour the brothel, see for yourselves. So this is a brothel where there's no hardcore fucking? Only of a psychological nature. Rest assured, it is still quite stimulating. Okay. Perhaps I will tour the brothel then. Farewell. Yeah, so for those who don't know Planescape Torment, it is a game based in a D&D setting called Planescape. Planescape is a setting where there are many dimensions, many portals, many doors. We're in a city called Sigil, the City of Doors. And a gateway can open under very loose rule sets. Like, for example, this archway here could be a gateway. All we would need is a key. And the key could be a literal key. Or it could be an emotion or a thought. It could be the time of day. It could be anything that would unlock the portal. And that portal could take you to anywhere. All kinds of planar travel can happen. So this setting just takes all those concepts and makes it into a story that we can go through. Let's see. Like, there was a lady earlier in the game who had teeth that were alive. And they would, like, move and shiver as she spoke. And Mort, our talking skull friend here, now has those teeth. And they are a weapon. That if you talk to the teeth, they can turn into crushing damage or piercing damage. Like vampire fangs. So it's like that kind of a game where it's just weird. We also have Ignis, who is a man who has a portal of the elemental plane of fire opened up in him. So fire is constantly coming out of his body. But it's okay, he's a pyromaniac, so he loves that shit. Anna is the first tiefling I had ever encountered in my life. She's your simple tiefling fighter thief. Doc Pone is a Gith Zerai fighter mage. And then there's the nameless one, our main character, who cannot die, But whenever he does take fatal damage, he just resurrects but loses his memory. So he has lived many, many lives and have forgotten all of them. And he's trying to reassemble the pieces of the lives he has lived and uncover the reason why he can't die, which is the point of this game. Yeah, so it's very cool. Earlier, do I still have that eyeball? Yeah, this is your eye. It looks like it's seen better days. Earlier, one of my past lives had taken his eyeball out and put it in a jar and gave it to a bartender. We have come to that bartender, paid him copper, and got the eyeball back, which we put into our face, and that unlocked some of our fighter skills. Because we are playing a fighter right now, which gave us more proficiency. It unlocked, like, visual memories of other battles that he had seen in previous lives, which reminded him how to use a weapon effectively. Stuff like that. I don't know what we can equip, because we have, like, a chest armor item spot, but I have not found anything besides robes. We are currently using Siphon Knuckles, 1-6 piercing, +2, and it transfers hit points from target to wielder. And I've made my proficiencies stacked into fist weapons for that reason. We had a really bad AC for a good while, but we've got these tattoos that help us with our AC, and magic rings that help us with our AC, and that's really the only thing that helps us with our AC. We have no chest armor or any armor to speak of. We're just tatted up, ringed up, and we got cool knucks, and we're ready to go. Telling me drugs are bad for you. This is proof they are wrong. Yeah, drugs enhance creativity. It is known. It is known. Oh, we also have our own intestines in our inventory. I don't know why I still have them. I'm holding on to them because I really can't get them anywhere else. It's not like I can just buy another, like, potion or something. But earlier we met a lady who did dissection, and we thought, what if there's an item in our body? So we laid down on a stretcher, and she just carved us up until she found a ring that was inside of our intestines, and then gave us our intestines back to us. But I can just put my intestines on the ground if I want to. But I'm holding on to them. I really don't think there's a use for them. But what if? Because if I drop these intestines, I'll have to come back for them. I'll have to find where I dropped them. Because I'm just tired of carrying my own guts with me. There was a portal we found that opened up to a piece of junk. These are ashes that can summon monsters. These are your healing items. The Heart Charm, Clot Charm. When you take them, it heals 9 hit points and gives you resistances to slashing and piercing. And the Heart Charm is a better version of it. And this is an artifact that's only usable by lawful good characters. If you look at the character screen, you see your alignment. You start off true neutral, and then your actions determine your alignment. So you don't actually create a character in this. You just start off the base version of your character. You have your stat spread. And I went with Wisdom because Wisdom gives you extra experience points whenever you do anything. So you learn better. But there is no Cleric option in this game, so you don't really do anything that's based off of Wisdom. But I like getting a lot of experience points. And we went with Strength. So a lot of experience. We learn well from our fighting, and we fight well. What level are we? 5, 6, 7? Yes. You can also talk to your party members, which I remember wasn't really a thing in the first Baldur's Gate, but it became more in, like, Baldur's Gate 2.
Yes.
Flames curl around Ignis's throat, and a tongue of flame streams from behind its blackened teeth. Yes. So if I wanted to, I can have a good conversation with him, and I probably should at some point, because I'll get a lot of background information. Nothing, Ignis. I was just checking to see if you were still with us, so to speak. Yeah, so anyway. The brothel for slating intellectual lusts. Right. What's in this room? Something we can steal? Finem's book. This is the research journal of a linguist named Finem. Oh! I don't want that, but I'm going to take it because I know a character named Finum,
Endure.
and he might be looking for this.
Your path is mine.
I'm gone.
Hey, Vivian. What's up? This tall, elegant woman with her sharp features and regal demeanor is a striking example of aristocratic beauty. Her clothes appear to be spun of silver thread, and a small phial dangles from her necklace. She is perfumed with an exotic, erotic scent that seems to draw you towards her.
Hot!
Use them as a rope if you need to. I don't know about the tensile strength of my own intestines, but maybe temporarily, yeah. Greetings. She looks you over, arching an eyebrow with what you sense to be disdain. Greetings. My name is Vivian. Am I to presume I'm being summoned? No, I just had some questions. She nods imperiously. Go on, then. What are you doing here? Aside from my work as a student here, I'm looking for something, actually. You would not happen to have smelled it, would you? Smelled it? Yes, I have a particular scent that seems to have gone wandering. It's somewhat difficult to keep in one place. I hope that someone did not take it by accident, though you never know with the ladies round here. She frowns. So, by any chance, have you smelled it somewhere? How can a scent go wandering? Vivian shakes her head. I had meant to infer that it had been taken. The ladies here are a bit jealous at times and have been known to take my various perfumes for themselves. This time, though, someone has absconded with my own personal scent. I worked on that scent, perfected it, and now, poof, it's gone. I need not bear such annoyances. Vivian stomps her feet. I want that scent back, and I want it now. How would you know it if you found it? You would know it by smell, I assure you. It was just quite striking, especially to men. I can help you? Vivian seems dubious. Are you certain? I do not wish to impose. No imposition, but I do expect a reward. Vivian rolls her eyes. As I should have expected from your brutish, mercenary appearance. Very well, recover my scent and I shall aid you with yours. Mine? She smirks and points at you. Yes, yours. That foul, vinegary smell. She sniffs, then wrinkles her nose. It's in your skin, too. No bathing will remove that stink. How would you do this, and how could it benefit me? To answer your first question, I possess certain skills, magical in nature, which I shan't elaborate upon further, which allow me to create and change one's scent. Uh-huh. And, the benefits? You simply cannot deny the fact that the smell of a man or woman plays an important part in how well one is received. Whether you've been told so or not, I'm quite certain people are at least a tad put off by that deathly aroma of yours. It might increase your charisma considerably to smell a bit better, you know. Very well. I'll find your scent for you.
My journal.
The deal is done, then. Should you run across it, let me know. I am somewhat anxious to get it back. A one-of-a-kind scent, really. I'll take my leave now. Farewell. Hello, Juliet. Let me just walk on in here.
Done.
Let me rife through your stuff. Let me break this because it's locked.
Forced it.
Yep. Hey! My inventory is always full. Hey, Mort, hold on to these rings. Just put them in your mouth for me, would you? Go think. There, that's better. Okay, I did quick save it. There has been one occasion where I have taken things out of an inventory or like out of a dresser, and they got mad at me for it, and then I had to kill the guy. And I'm not trying to do that. I definitely will murder. Murder is on the table. It's a buffet, actually. But I don't want to do it because of something silly like this. Like, oh, I took your ring and now you want to die for it? Come on. Hell out cup, depending on your alignment. You would have to fly upside down. But that is true. Alright, so she's not going to fight me. Juliet, this dark-haired young woman. Hold on. What color is her hair? Dark-haired young woman is staring listlessly off into space, sighing miserably and occasionally picking at the seams of her green velvet gown. It's difficult to discern whether she's depressed or simply bored. Hi! She gives you only the briefest of glances before staring off into the distance once more. Greetings, yes. I am named Juliet. How may I... Oh, never thou mind. Leave me be, please. She gives an exasperated sigh. What's wrong? Oh, nothing at all. Only that I spend my days gazing into the face of mediocrity, seeing if anything can erase its dreadful, tedious passage. Is your life so tedious? Alas, it is, she sighs, closing her eyes and massaging her temples. Dreadfully boring. We could attempt to murder you and add some excitement to your life. She frowns at you and rolls her eyes. Doubtful, at best. I'm already with a man, sir, and I do love him dearly. 'Tis just that I wish... She taps her finger against her chin. Something more of our liaison. Ah, okay. So, to frame the context of this, there was a man we met in the in another building. He was pondering why his relationship had felt so stale. He's over the moon with this woman, loves her dearly, but she seems rather bored with him. I believe this is the woman he was talking about. Anyway, we suggested that he add some spice into his life, into his relationship, and I think he took offense to that. Like, I do so much, blah, blah, blah. Why is it blah, 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 blah? And then he got mad at me for even suggesting it, and then we murdered him. So he's dead. He's dead. I played this part before, and I know what was supposed to happen was I was supposed to calm him down, and then he realizes that getting angry does kind of add some emotional pizzazz. And then I would have offered to let him murder me in front of Juliet, so that it would seem like he was protecting her, and then she'd like be a fire once again. But no, we just clubbed him to death. What's that, GLaDOS?
Unbelievable. You murdered him.
That's true, I did. So yeah, Juliet's gonna be real sad soon. Maybe. I mean, she's now free to pursue somebody else, but she did say she loved him. I believe his name was also a play on the name Romeo. Spanking can go a long way, truly. There's a problem with the relationship? Yes, there is a problem, she huffs, in that there are no problems to speak of. Our families took the news of our courtship splendidly. His siblings love my siblings, and our friends think our union to be blessed by the powers themselves. All fine and good, but things are going so smoothly. It's not right to have such a trouble-free courtship. I don't know about that. Dost thou not? Hast thou ever had such a courtship? She glances briefly at you. It would seem that thy life is filled with a variety of problems, judging by the pallor of thy skin. I can't remember any courtships I have had. The remnants of the ones I have encountered suggest that I may have had some problems. It's just that all my friends have such interesting relationships, ones fraught with turmoil, feuding families, daggers at one another's backs, poison, mad siblings, and irate fathers with large swords. I have a lover whose family loves me, and whom the world loves. She sighs again. A great source of annoyance. How I wish I could formulate some way to spice things up. Mort floats closer to you, whispering, I feel sorry for her lover. He doesn't know how bad he has it. A chit like this is nothing but trouble. What did you have in mind, Juliet? I'm not sure. Some element of danger or jealousy. Something intense. He's super dead. It's too perfect of a relationship, exactly. I can pretend to be a jealous suitor if you want. Juliet glances at you, then scoffs. Oh, I highly doubt that... Actually, that idea 'tis not half as addled as I had first thought. Thou dost certainly look dangerous enough. She looks you in the eye as if appraising a horse. Art thou as rugged and tough as thy appearance would indicate? Oh yeah, I am. Thou shalt do this for me then? I'll do it. Excellent! My love, Montague, may be found within the Civic Fest Hall. I thank thee. Ooh, wait. Monta who? There's a problem. He's been put in the dead book.
Dated my journal.
Juliet scoffs. What? Surely this is some sort of cruel game thou art playing with me. She suddenly gasps and covers her mouth. No, no! I can see thou dost speak true. He was dueling again, wasn't he? Yeah. Yeah, that was it. Juliet looks shocked and seconds later begins to whimper and cry pitifully. So my questions, though. She manages to rein in her sobbing and wiping her eyes looks to you again. Oh, go on, if thou must. God, I feel terrible. So, I guess what I was supposed to do is walk away from Montague, and then come here, talk to Juliet, set up the duel, and then the quest would have played out better. But as it is, it plays out real sad. Anyway, I'm trying to find Vivian's scent. Do you know where it might be?
Updated my journal.
Juliet shakes her head sadly. Such a pity, too, poor woman. I will admit I have crept into her chambers at times to apply a drop or two of her perfumes, but for one to be so bold as to make off with Vivian's own personal scent? Unbearably rude. In any case, ask young Nenny of it. She's always flitting about, watching everyone. Alright, that's all I wish to know. Also, sorry about your husband.
Done.
True. What's done is done. And it wasn't my fault. He definitely challenged me. He said exactly the words in the right order that would have caused a man like me put a club to his brains. So, quick save.
Forced it.
Right, I forgot. I had everyone selected, so the entire party just beat down this dresser. But hey, 283 coppers. I'll take it. 3 coppers and a handkerchief. This is an unremarkable silk handkerchief. Well, I'll take it.
Forced it.
Hey, I'm Imowen. Took your earring. This petite, attractive young woman is smiling blissfully and humming to herself. Her wide, pale blue eyes seem to constantly drink in her surroundings as she looks about. Hi! The smiling young woman curtsies gracefully and looks up at you, smiling. Well met, good sir. I'm Nenny, and how are you this fine She suddenly notices your scars and places a gloved hand over her mouth. Oh my, you're hurt, she blinks. All over! Mort spins around you, mocking the girl's obviousness. Pow is above, Chief. She's right. I never noticed before. You're covered in scars. They're all old scars. I'm fine. She nods quietly, lowering her hand. I had some questions. She can't seem to tear her eyes away from your scars. Oh, how shameful of me. Don't mind my rude staring. I'm named Nenny, she makes a little curtsy, and it is my great pleasure to welcome you to our brothel for the slating of intellectual lusts. She returns to staring at your body. You have tattoos under those scars, too. What's that one? She points to one of your tattoos. That one's... looks fascinating. Look at the way the lines of ink... I think that's ink. She squints at the tattoo, then reaches out to touch it. Allow it.
Hot!
I think that's ink? She traces a finger around the edge of the tattoo. Is it ink? And what a pattern! Look at the way the lines intersect here. She touches the center of the tattoo. That's simply amazing. She purses her lips and frowns in disappointment. I can make it out better if there weren't so many scars. There's nothing to be done about the scars. They're permanent. Oh, I'm sorry. Pox on me for even mentioning them, she cringes. But I have to know. Are you absolutely sure you're all right? I'm looking at you and I can't help but believe you're not in some pain. I have amnesia, but that's all. Amnesia? Nenny blinks and brightens. Loss of memory? You are so lucky, she chimes perkily. Everything must be so new to you. That is an angle I hadn't considered. Nenny claps her hands delightedly. I am so pleased I could open your mind to that idea. I've heard that's what being a sensate is all about. Bringing new experiences to others. We know what sensates are, but for those who are new to the stream. Sensates are people who wish to experience everything. Like eating a pepperoni pizza, or jumping off of a cliff, or getting murdered precisely in a specific way. All of these things, these sensations that can be recorded, can be experienced by other sensates. So they try to share all of their experiences and just experience everything. So she's excited, particularly because of her beliefs, that she opened our mind up to a new idea. Take care of other things. Oh, absolutely. I know when raiding happens, it's usually at the end of a stream, and actually it's definitely like at the end of the stream. And usually streamers are tired, want to get some water, some food. Thank you for the raid, Beast Lord J, and I gave you a follow, so I'll check you out again. And I hope to see you again. Leave the page open. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. We do a lot of RPGs here, so you'll be right at home. I had some questions. Please ask, she smiles giddily. I'm trying to find Vivian's scent. Do you know where it might be? What? Oh, I just can't. I can't say anything bad about anyone. I'm just no good at it. It's not bad to point out a thief, Nenny. Oh, but I don't know if she's a thief. Nenny bites her lip and looks at you with pleading eyes, as if she just wishes you'd leave the topic alone. But why don't you try and say something not nice about her? Oh, all right. Nenny puts her hands on her hips and frowns deeply, almost exaggeratedly. You resist the temptation to laugh, but I don't. Oh, I dislike her very, very much. She pauses for a moment, then looks at you out of the corner of her eye as if gauging your reaction. Was that convincing? No, not really. Nenny frowns. I knew I wouldn't be any good at this. She looks up at you, depressed. Do you know how hard it is to say bad things about someone? It feels so wrong. Hey, why don't you practice on me, Nenny? I can take the abuse. I suppose I could try. She looks dubious. You big, mean, nasty brute. She puts her hands on her hips. Meanie, she looks at you. How is that? Excellent. Well done. Try hitting me. And then he clamps her hands over her mouth, looking shocked. Oh, I couldn't. I mustn't, she blinks. How does one hit somebody anyway? Hey, go ahead. Do it lightly if you have to. Remember, I'm a mean, nasty brute, and I deserve it. Somebody should put that on a shirt somewhere. And then he slaps you. You barely feel it. She still looks shocked and frightened she hurt you. Oh, I'm sorry. Did that hurt? Tell me you're okay. Don't break character, Nenny. Come on. Show me what you've got. You can say something bad. Just let it all out. Oh. And then he draws her tiny frame to its full height, balls her hands into fists, puts them on her hips, and scrunches up her face in a cute scowl. Oh, damned be you. You deserve that for all the indignities you put me through. Going out late at night, her eyes roam up and down your body, getting into fights, and getting all scarred up. What are the kids going to think, Excellent. Oh, don't you excellent me like I'm some backlicker looking for your approval. I am my own woman, and this woman is about to walk out of your life unless I get some solid commitment. Alright, that's enough out of you, Nenny. Nenny punches you. You barely feel it. Take this! She punches you again. And this! She punches you again, promptly turning into a little fist-flailing whirlwind. This reminds me of one of my nieces, which as she was growing up, she liked punching my belly because it's firm and easy to hit. And she would absolutely turn into a little whirlwind, and I would just stand there and take it. Okay, time to let go of the anger. And then he sighs tiredly. Phew, that was easier than I thought. Yeah, no kidding. And I'm sure I'll do better next time. I'm so excited to have learned something new. Thank you. Yeah, sure. So now that you can say something bad about somebody, do you know about Vivian?
Update journal.
Maybe. I saw that mean Marissa sneaking out of Vivian's room one night. Now, I'm not saying she took it, but I know Marissa's not a very nice person, and that sure sounds suspicious, huh? I'd go ask her about it, and then he nods at you. Thanks, Denny. I had another question. What? I don't think that's ever happened. Never mind. Farewell.
Done.
Oh, look, there's robots. I think they're robots. Echo is her name.
All right.
Look over there, Echo. I'm about to beat the shit out of your makeup desk.
Forced it.
102 coppers. Belly beaten. Until one or the other threw up. A fun game we all played. This striking young woman has skin the color of burnished copper, a translucent white dress, held precariously by golden clasps, is draped carefully over her shapely form. Hi! The woman nods and smiles briefly. The scent of her hair, sweetly perfumed, fills your nostrils. I had some questions. I'm trying to find Vivian's scent. Do you know where it might be? She shakes her head, shrugging, and gives you an apologetic look. Let me ask you about something else then. Who are you? She smiles and curtsies, but offers no response. Can you speak? She shakes her head and smiles sadly at you.
Updated my journal.
Oh, I love this chit already. Can you write then, or pantomime? She pouts, shaking her head. May I ask why you can't communicate? She sighs softly and nods. Okay. Let me ask you about something else. I don't think she can tell me anything. Who are you? Right. Can you tell me about this place? She looks at you, then raises an eyebrow. I had some other questions. Do you know anything about Ravel Puzzlewell? Her eyes flash and she smiles. She nods at you. What? What do you know of her?
Updated my journal.
She simply looks at you. Farewell, then. See, all types of debate, even like rock-solid walls of debate that can't be traversed in any way, shape, or form because they're absolutely mute. And I guess some people would find that
Hot!
I'm gone.
the container is locked, but I'm going to punch it open.
Forced it.
And I'm going to punch this one open.
Forced it.
And I'm going to punch this one open. It's locked, but I'm going to punch it open.
Forced it.
A gold earring. This simple gold pendant may have once hung from a nobleman's ear. And a silver bracelet, and another handkerchief. An unremarkable silk handkerchief. And thankfully, it stacks with the other one. Because our inventory is once again getting full.
Done.
It seems we found a secret wall.
All right. I'm gone.
There's Marissa, the thief. Prime suspect number 1. Squinting at the figure behind the partition, you can barely make out a shapely female form in the darkness. She turns to you, but you can see nothing of her face. Hi! The figure answers in a voice that is slow and deadly, like a steel dagger drawn across stone. Yes? Come to speak with Marissa, have you? Quite rude of you to enter a darkened room, storming behind my partition like so. Rude and foolhardy. You can hear a faint whispering sound like a slight breeze or the hissing of serpents. Mort whispers quietly, "Oh, creepy shit." My apologies, my lady. I wasn't sure if someone was here. The woman gives a slight humph But it would seem there is someone in this room, wouldn't it? Shall you be on your way then? No, I got some questions about some sailors. Ask. Lots of options here. Why do you remain behind this screen? Is it your wish that I step away from this partition into some patch of light and speak to you face to face? Marissa laughs. And there is the sound of scales sliding on scales. Nay, I think not. The darkness suits me, and doubtless suits you as well. Now, why is it so dark in here? To prevent any unwanted and embarrassing casualties. Now, what is it that you want? I want you to come into the light. Nay, and the addition of please will not serve to persuade me. Now, what do you want? Surely you did not come all this way to see me. I do want to see what you look like. You have no such want. Oh, I do. What do you look like? The darkness hides us both. Let's make it a game. I'm frightfully bored. Let me guess. Are you a human male? I think so. You think so? How could it not know? Really kind of complicated. Indeed, it must be too great for a mere mind such as mine to grasp. I really have no sure idea of what I am. Truly, that's almost interesting. There is a sound of hissing in the darkness. Describe yourself for me. I'm tall, muscular, and horribly scarred. Indeed. She pauses for a moment. How were you so horribly scarred? Wait, never mind. I do not wish to know. Now describe yourself for me. Marissa describes herself as a shapely, pale-skinned, beautiful woman with a forked tongue, hair made up of writhing asps, or snakes, and glowing eyes, which you assume she must be keeping shut. You sound very exotic-looking, Marissa.
Updated my journal.
Marissa laughs lightly, the sound accompanied by a slight hissing. Oh, I am, and my merest glance turns living things to stone, from beings of flesh to statuary with only the bat of an eyelash. That must be inconvenient at times. You think so? That must be why I sit here alone in the dark, hiding behind a partition. Though you can't see Marissa, you're certain she's sneering. Oh, sorry, that was not her. Though you can't see Marissa, you're certain she's sneering. She suddenly sighs. If only I knew where my crimson veil had gone. Have you seen it, perchance? No, what's it for? Is it just a normal veil? Marissa sighs quietly. Not quite. It aids me in communication, face-to-face communication, that is. I have another question. What is a lim-lim? I don't know why I would ask this person about turning a lim-lim into a statue. Well, let's do it. Could you turn, say, a lim-lim into a statue? I suppose I could, had you a lim-lim and were I inclined to do so, and I might be so inclined had I my crimson veil. Alright, might be something I just forgot about. It's possible. The game is dense. What can you tell me about the silent prostitute Echo?
Updated my journal.
Yes, Echo. I knew another Echo once, though her name was written differently. I know nothing of this girl, though. Ask Dollara of her. She made friends of an old lover of Echo's, I have heard. I'm trying to find Vivian's scent. Do you know where it might be? No, I have not a clue. Alright then. I don't want to openly accuse her. I'm sure it's okay if I do, but I don't want to do it because it's a story, and it looks like she's being set up as the bad guy really quickly, and I don't want to just take the bait on that. I'm a better detective than that.
I'm gone.
In fact, I'm the best detective.
I'm gone.
Like, it's me, and then it's Batman, and then it's Phoenix Wright, who's an attorney and not a detective. But he doesn't know that. don't know shit about Phoenix Wright, except that he gathers evidence, and so do detectives. And my brain just put those things together.
I'm gone. Done.
Oh, another handkerchief. I think I'm going to be using these handkerchiefs to move that scent around. Put all these jewels in Mort's mouth again. He loves it. He loves the way it jinkles.
All right, forced it.
Ah, Kimashi, Adder Tongue. Oh, wait, hold on. I have to break your other, like, dresser here.
Forced it.
The wild-looking tiefling girl meets your gaze with an angry scowl. Her tattooed body is practically naked, covered by only a narrow leather thong, a black cloth brassiere, and armored shoulder pads that appear to serve more as decoration rather than actual protection. Her spiked hair, as well as the thin fur that covers her goat-like legs, is brassy white, and numerous silver rings dangle from her ears, nostrils, lips, and brow.
Hot!
She wears a leather collar around her throat with the inscription, Kimashi Addertongue. Hi! Kimashi bares her teeth at you. And just what are you looking at, you banged up sod? My friend thought you were attractive, but whoa, was he ever horribly mistaken? She sneers at Mort, then looks below him, where a body would normally be. Sharp tongue for a stemless deader. I'll let them keep at it. Like I'd let mine anywhere near if I had one. What, did you hear the word brothel and think you can make some jink here, you flea-bitten gutter whore? Ha! Can't believe they even let you in the door with all those ticks hopping off your shaggy legs. Let them keep at it. Ticks? The only annoying insect around here is you! She suddenly turns to you. Hey, you here to talk to me, or what? Or what? What else can I do with you? What did you have in mind, you sodding jawbox? Go ahead, give me a reason to say no to you. What do you usually do for patrons? I'm a practitioner of abuse. Hey, what's that mean? I'll show you. Her hand lashes out to slap your face, but you manage to barely dodge the blow. Kimashi pouts visibly, then scowls. Oh well. Say, can you teach Mort here to be more abusive? She raises her eyebrows. Now that's an unusual request. I don't know, it seems pretty foul-mouthed already. He seems pretty foul-mouthed. Kimashi bladder dung, you scruffy goat-gammoned harlot. This is all through a shut door, by the way. Just screaming at each other. You wish you had legs like mine, you pitiful wretch of a bone box. I can walk, run, dance, what do you do? Bob around wishing you had a pair, goats or otherwise? The two of them lay into one another, exchanging barbed, blistering insults and clashing with razor-edged tongues. Wait for it to end. At last, the two stop their bickering and start full-mouth kissing. I mean, and eerie silence settles over them as they eye one another hatefully. Finally, the tiefling makes a grudging admission to Mort. You're not bad, really. Not bad at all. Better than you, perhaps. Mort waggles his eyebrows at her. Eh? Kimashi narrows her eyes at Mort. Don't push it, skull.
You taunts, all right.
I won't, tiefling. I will admit I might have learned a thing or two, though. Good thinking, chief. Yeah, sure thing, Mort. Kimashi turns to you. So is that all you wanted? I'm not spending any more time near you than I have to. Actually, I had some questions. And what makes you think I care? Why don't you lick my ass? She said backside, but I hate saying backside. It's more proper than what she's trying to illustrate. You know? Might as well just say the word ass. Just be done with it. Anyway, my tongue's not wide enough and I don't like hair in my mouth. Well, you seem to like the taste of offal in your mouth, you dung-breathed cretin. Only because it's like kissing you, you mangy stinkpot? I don't know, it's the only abuse that I can choose, and I'm going to fire back. Kiss me? She makes a retching sound. I'd rather kiss a bloody mass of phlegm than lay my lips on you, no thanks. Hey, don't thank me. Thank the powers someone actually wants to kiss you. I don't get it. Imashi looks at a loss for something to say. For an instant, a smile threatens to crack the grimacing mask of her face, and she becomes more of a basilisk than ever. All right, what do you want of me? Look, do you know anything about sailors? She looks annoyed. Fine, whatever, ask. What can you tell me about the silent prostitute Echo? What, that Echo? Chit? Don't know anything about her. Don't talk to the girl. I mean, why? Not like she can talk back. Ask frigid Dolora about her. I think I saw her playing Go with an old crush of Echo's. Back from when she could talk. Okay. I am trying to find Vivian's scent. Do you know where it might be? Try a hive gutter, or perhaps that's just a similar aroma. To be serious, though, Marissa stole it. Are you sure? No, but I'm hoping you'll go stomping into her room and upset her enough to do something awful to you. Here's a Hail Mary pass. Do you know anything about Ravel Puzzle? Well,
My journal.
what would I know about her? I look like a scholar or something to you? Go ask someone more learned, or Yves. She'll probably have at least one story about her in that pile of tales she carries about in her bone box. Oh, and squat on a halberd while you're at it. Alright. I think that's all we're going to get out of her.
Done.
So you may have noticed Mort twice now has had an increase in his litany of curses. I don't know what the bonuses have become. I don't know if this gets updated. Or maybe it's like a better saving throw against it. I can look that up. In fact, I think I will right now. It'll be a short search. And I wouldn't think of it later, so I'm going to just do it now. Oh, that's right. They are forced to attack Mort with their fists, which makes it very easy for him to tank. New taunts. Alright, when Mort learns new taunts, he is actually getting a +1 bonus to his litany of curses, lowering his enemy's chance to save by 1. Okay. Cool. So it just makes it harder to resist.
I'm gone.
Oh, look! It's Yves the Tail Chaser.
Forced.
Let me bust open your nightstand here. Take another handkerchief. And what's this? Love letter? This is a passionate, steamy, and rather graphic love letter. Who it's to and whom it's from, however, are quite vague. This fetching young woman has a faraway look in her soft, sea-green eyes. Hi! Greetings, I am Yves the Tail Chaser. What a coincidence, I too chase tails. Yves continues, unperturbed. Have you come to trade tails? Sure, I'd like to trade tails. Yves nods. I would like that very much, yes. Tell her the story of your waking up in the mortuary. Yves leans forward as you tell the tale of your wakening in the Dustman's mortuary. She seems to devour your every word. As you finish, she smiles at you. I shall remember this tale. I, too, will tell a tale of the Dustman, chapters of dust. Go on. There are chapters in the Dead Book, the massive tome which the Dustmen keep that records the passing of all that lives into the eternal boundary. In this book there are chapters that are naught but dust, and it is believed that the names therein are lost souls who cannot die, but must suffer life eternally, until history itself dies and grants them release. Wow, I've got another tale to share with you. Tell her the story of the Alley of Lingering Sighs. Yves leans forward as you tell the tale of the alley giving birth. She seems to devour your every word. As you finish, she smiles at you. I shall remember this tale, and now I have one for you. Before I begin, I must ask, do you know what a modron is? It's those little robot things we saw, but I'll let her explain it to us. Modrons are creatures of total law, almost more machinery than living things. There are many different sorts of Modron, but all have their place in a very rigid, carefully organized hierarchy. So dedicated are they to this system that they cannot communicate with or even consider the existence of Modrons who are not their immediate superiors or inferiors. Okay, I understand now. Then I shall tell you the tale of the clock and the quadrone. Yeah, alright. Once upon a time there existed a Modron. It was newly created, its logic fresh and untested, and it had come to Sigil, following the commands of its Modron superiors. Go on. It knew of nothing but commands and dictates, of obedience and passing along the orders of its superiors. For you see, Modrons are only aware of the commands of their immediate superiors. They have no grasp of a higher authority, until this one. Go on. One day it came upon a small shop, within which there was a small clock that could no longer tell time. It was cracked along the edges, the wheels of its hands broken. The Modron immediately set itself to work at getting the parts to fix the broken clock. Do tell. It made a new wooden housing for the clock's parts, replaced the bent springs, carefully filed and oiled the clockwork machinery, and carved new hands from the sparse metal available to it. The newly repaired clock's precise ticking reminded it of the great gears of Mechanus, and it comforted it as much as anything may comfort a Modron. Go on. And what the Modron never came to understand was that it truly loved this clock that it had worked on, and for reasons it could not explain, elected to remain in Sigil and be with the clock for the rest of its years. Cool. I have another tale to share with you. Ask one of your companions if they have a story to tell. Yves waits your story patiently. Hey, Mort, I'm sure you've got something. Me? Why do I have to tell a story? Just tell a story, Mort. Fine, fine. An elderly man was sitting alone on a dark path, right? He wasn't certain of which direction to go, and he'd forgotten both where he was traveling to and who he was. He'd sat down for a moment to rest his weary legs and suddenly looked up to see an elderly woman before him. She grinned toothlessly, and with a cackle spoke, "Now your third wish. What will it be?" Go on, Mort. Third wish? The man was baffled. How can it be a third wish if I hadn't had a first and a second wish? Go on, Mort. You've had 2 wishes already, the hag said, but your second wish was for me to return everything to the way it was before you made your first wish. That's why you remember nothing, because everything is the way it was before you made any wishes. She cackled at the poor bird. So it is that you have 1 wish left. All right, said the man. I don't believe this, but there's no harm in wishing. I wish to know who I am. Funny, said the old woman as she granted his wish and disappeared forever. That was your first wish. Yves smiles. An interesting tale, Mort, and now I have one for you and your companions. The Fiend's Game. Go on. A fiend sometimes wandered the wilderness of a certain prime world in the guise of a friendly old man. One day he came upon some hunters in the wood. What are you doing? The fiend asked. The hunters told him. Oh, I'm just going to stay in her voice. What are you doing? The fiend asked. The hunters told him, and the fiend nodded. I have never been on a hunt before. Go on. The hunters invited the old man to come along, and the group eventually came upon a glade where several deer were grazing. Hold on a second. A fiend sometimes wandered the wilderness in the guise of a friendly old man. Okay, I missed that part. I was like, where'd this old man come from? The hunters invited the old man to come along, and the group eventually came upon a glade where several deer were grazing. The hunters carried crossbows but did not fire, and the fiend asked them why. Go on. They are unarmed, the hunters chuckled, patting their crossbows. We hunt nothing that does not have the ability to defend itself. After all, where's the sport in that? The fiend nodded at this and promptly gated in 3 of his fellows. The hunters led them on a merry chase, but eventually they were caught and eaten. Oh. That tale sucks. I have another tale to share with you. Dacone, you got a story, right? Let's let Anna stew for a second. She's probably right now thinking, oh my, what kind of a story could I possibly tell? I hope he doesn't ask me to tell a story. I'm not going to tell a story, but, you know, we'll let her sit. She'll come up with something. Dacone, do you have a story to tell? Dako nods solemnly. I shall impart the tale of Akali drowning. Let me get some water. Dakone tells the story of Akali, a foolish Githzerai of myth who had become lost in the chaos of Limbo. Normally, a single Githzerai may use their focus and mental discipline to form the chaos around them into a small, habitable environment. Akali, however, asked so many useless and unfocused questions in her quest to return home that her Isle of Matter dissolved around her and she drowned. Yves smiles. Fascinating, Dakone. Let me share with you and your companion another version of your tale that I have heard. Another version? Dakone looks attentive and perhaps a little surprised. Go on. Another 500 experience. Yves goes on to tell a different version of Dakone's tale in which Akali was driven from the Githzerai city of Shrak-Talor for her constant, useless prattling. One day she encountered a Slotty on his way to the spawning stone. She hastily erected a wall of chaos matter, which even the ravenous Slotty found difficult to break down. Hungrily, it waited and spoke to her through the wall. She asked it questions, and as she became more absorbed in her pointless queries and the Slotty's answers, her own wall decayed and collapsed upon her, and thus she drowned in the matter of Limbo. Okay, Anna, you're up. I am no good at telling such things I'm not, she frowns and waves her hands as if trying to shoo away the idea. Don't be asking me for such nonsense now. Yves smiles at Anna, but I would very much like to hear your story. Come on, please share your story, Anna, come on. Come on already, Fiendling, you already have one tale you won't part with. Anna looks uncomfortable, her tail lashing slowly back and forth. Well, I know one story. She suddenly becomes angry, glaring at Yves. But you may not like it, you won't. So don't be blaming me for your choking it out of me. Go ahead, Anna. Anna scowls, then finally relents with an exasperated sigh. I heard a story when I was a wee lass. This Burke's walking home real late, near Anti-Peak, and passes an old toothless crone in a dark and otherwise empty street. Where you going? She asks him. Go on. Home to me wife and kip, he says. You're the Slags, she asks him. Sure enough, he says. So she asks him a favor, to take a box she's got to Debtor's Pit and give it to the woman there. Now this Burke's a real sap, too nice to say no despite the fact he's sure something's not quite right about this old crone and agrees. But what's the woman's name, he asks. Where does she live? Where should I look for her if she's not by Debtor's Pit? Go on. The woman hands him the box, a wooden thing wrapped in... Oh, sorry. The woman hands him the box, a wooden thing wrapped in colored cloth, and tells him to just go, and she'll be there. Finally, she warns him, and whatever he does, do not open the box. So he takes it home with him and hides it in the rafters, thinking he'll bring it by Debtor's Pit when it's light out. His wife, though, seeing him hide in the box, gets real jealous, thinking it's a gift for a lover or something, and opens it up as soon as he's not looking. Go on. Well, turns out the box was full of gouged out eyes and severed male members with the hair still on them. Her scream brought the Burke running. He remembered what the crone said, got right scared, and wrapped the box back up. Go on. By the way, that's eyeballs and dicks. Just a box of eyeballs and dicks. He went out straight away to Debtor's Pit, and sure enough, there was another old hag waiting there for him. He hands her the box, and she says to him, This box has been opened and looked into. Go on. The poor Burke tries to deny it, but she gets this dreadful look on her face. You've done something horrible, she tells him, then disappears. That done, he hurries back to his kip. Go on. He's feeling ill when he gets back and takes to bed. His wife bitterly regretted opening the box and all, but it was too late. The next day he died of a rotten disease, and the first things to go was his eyes and stem. Anna nods grimly, her tale complete. What a beautiful story. Thank you, Anna. Appreciate it. Yves smiles. That was a wonderful tale, Anna. You should never hesitate to share it. Now I've one for you and your companion. Sorry. And you should never hesitate to share it, she says. Tell everybody. Find a stranger and hand it over. Now I have one for you and your companion, the parched land. Go on. Once a large village was struck by a terrible drought. A farmer journeyed to the worshipping stone and again implored it as to the cause of the drought. He asked the stone why it did nothing when the fields were parched and dying, why the animals and the people suffered while the stone did not a thing. Have we not given enough offerings? The farmer asked, begging almost upon his hands and knees. But the stone did not respond. It merely sat and cast its shadow. Okay, I think that's all of our tales. A large village was struck by a terrible drought. A worshipping stone. I see. This is a story about worshipping a stone. That's just a stone. Implored it as to the cause of the drought. He asked the stone why it did nothing when the fields were parched and dying, because the stone's not going to do anything, it's a stone. Why the animals and the people suffered while the stone did not a thing. Have we not given enough offerings? The farmer asked, begging almost upon his hands and knees, but the stone did not respond. It merely sat and cast its shadow. Alright, that was a lot of tale-telling. And the old throat certainly took a beating on that one. What can you tell me about the silent prostitute? Echo, Yves frowns, thinking, I once heard a tale of a girl who knew the word that, if spoken, would undo the multiverse. Perhaps this is Echo. Ask Dollara, though. I understand that she sometimes meets with one who knew Echo before she stopped speaking. Okay. I'm trying to find Vivian's scent. Do you know where it might be? Yves shakes her head. Speak with Nenny. She is forever pacing about, observing everything intently. We already did that. But what about Marissa's Crimson Veil? Do you know where it might be? Yves shakes her head. But Marissa's is an interesting tale. Would you like to hear it? Hell yeah, let's go! Once upon a time in a world of heroes and a time of petty, childish gods, there were 3 sisters, cursed with a hideous appearance. They were considered demons by the people of the land and forever shunned. One missed her sisters terribly, yet left that world with its shame behind, but exchanged the pettiness of a pantheon for the pettiness of self. Do you know anything about Ravel Puzzlewell? The tale of Ravel Puzzlewell, frightener of children, begins and ends with a question. What can change the nature of a man? Go on. Many were the times she posed this riddle to those who approached her, those who sought to glean from her the strange magics that she alone seemed to possess. All attempted to answer her query, but to no avail, and they found the price of their wrong answer to be some horrible fate, always more terrible than the last victims. To recount their various torments would be to speak of things that nightmares are woven from. The tale strikes me in this way. Ravel herself knew not the answer to this question. But she lusted for such an answer. Only the why of the matter remained in question. Why did the nature of a man matter to one of the Grey Sisters, especially to one of such power as Ravel? It is said she put the question to the Lady of Pain, not directly, but shouted it to Sigil itself. Sorry about that. Shouted it to Sigil itself, daring for the lady to answer. When no reply was forthcoming, she wove terrible magics that threatened to open the cage and let the fury of the plains roll in like a wave. She received no answer other than banishment. To this day, no one knows the answer to Ravel's question, and now there is no one to petition, for Ravel herself is gone, lost to the plains.
Updated my journal.
Wait, there is more. Though my tale ends with Ravel's demise, there are some that claim the hag still lives. There is a silent prostitute here who once talked of such things, but she speaks no longer. If she would speak to you, she might tell you more of Ravel. That's true, she did say that she knew who Ravel was. What else can you tell me of Echo? Same thing she told us before. Okay, that's all I needed to know. Okay, so we have taken a tour, and there is Dollara right there. But I believe, unfortunately, my voice has given up. It's about time that we have to end it. Speak to Dolora. That'll be our next note for tomorrow. Tomorrow being Friday and Valentine's Day, so you have no business being here whatsoever. You understand? No business. You'll be with somebody you like or love or whatever, even if that person is just yourself. But if you do find yourself here anyway, hey, thanks. I appreciate it. We can all share the Valentine's Day thing together. Also, more Planescape Torment tomorrow, and as I mentioned earlier, Monday we'll go back to the start of StarCraft, which I promised last week but could not make it. We're going to do StarCraft's campaign, Terran, Zerg, Protoss, and the Brood War expansion, which is Protoss, Zerg, Terran, I believe. That's fun. I can't wait to do it. Even though I've already done most of it on my own, I'll just do it again because it's fun. We'll have a good time with that. If I still feel like going through more StarCraft, we'll do StarCraft 2 as well. I do own all of that. It was on sale, so why not? And then Tuesday and Wednesday, Visions of Mana, which has been fantastic, and I love every second of it so far. Well, not every second. There was a couple of minutes that went sour, but it's smoothed over. It's fine. It's fine. And then Thursday and Friday we continue with Planescape Torment, which has been also fantastic, and I can't wait to get further because I have never beaten this game before and I want to see the ending of it. So thank you all very much for watching, for hanging out. Thank you, Beast Lord J, for the raid, and I hope to see you all tomorrow. Or not, depending on your relationship status. Good night. Bye!